Good morning, everybody. Kemper, everyone. How are you? Jacob, Tommy, Sam, Travis, Rooster.
Rooster in the house.
RK's in the house.
Rooster in the morning says a cock-a-doodle-doo.
I know a girl that says,
It's an actual song by Los Number 3 Dinners. Someday we'll play it for you. In fact, I might even look for it today.
Right.
By the way, your American League West champions once again.
Right on, man.
The Houston Astros.
Right arm. Right arm.
Yes.
Yeah, but unfortunately, man, they need some help.
Yeah, but one game at a time, one series at a time. I'm hoping for some luck.
I know.
Is Verlander gone completely?
Dude, I would not pitch Verlander in the postseason, man, because he's not very good in the postseason for some reason.
What if this is his year to...
It could be. You know, he did win last we finally won a playoff game, didn't he?
Yeah. Ainsley got the memo.
Yes, she did.
Thank you, Sam.
My favorite Spurs hat, man. Look how dirty this was.
Hey, dirty and
I've worn this
worn
thing.
is
I
better.
have worn this
Yeah.
it's one of my favorite Spurs hats, man. I love it.
Yes. And my Astros hat was gifted to me by Mr. T. Tim Merriman. 2022 championship hat. Frankie, good morning.
Good morning, Frankie.
I see Frankie, Sam, Rooster, Kemper, Travis, Tommy, Jacob. Welcome,
Sam. Did you say Sam? Sam.
I think I said Sam. And
You
Sam,
did say
thank
Sam.
you. Coffee because management frowns upon crystal meth. But someday.
Sunday. It's okay on Sundays, is what you're saying?
That's a good question. Okay, bicyclist hit by SUV after running stop sign. Who ran the stop sign, the bicyclist or the SUV?
Thank you.
That's not a, that's a...
It's a misleading headline.
Yeah.
It's not, it doesn't say enough.
Yikes, that was quite an impact.
I
Look at
agree.
that.
I agree, Rooster. In the playoffs, especially. I mean, I don't know what gets in his head in the playoffs, but something happens.
RK is in the house. My goodness. We got the legends here. We got Kemper. We got RK. We got Rooster. Tracy Bogart.
Don't use that word legend a lot. But
I don't use the word legend very frequently, but when I do, there's usually a legend in the house. Okay, Sam, I don't understand that. I still have my Spurs NFL hat. Not joking.
I don't understand that either.
Yeah. See, that's what YouTube needs a feature where in the chat you can post a photo,
Yeah.
like in Facebook chat.
Let's work on that, Chris.
Yes. So that way Sam could show us a photo of his NFL Spurs hat.
It's my favorite hat, Kemper, as far as Spurs hats go. I love it, man. I have washed this thing I don't know how many times, and it just wears well. I don't know what it is about it, but I love it. Thought about wearing a different one, and I said, no, I like this one. I'm wearing this one. I don't care if it's dirty. Oh, he says it's got an NFL apparel tag inside the Spurs hat.
Okay, that's odd.
That is odd. Wow, she edited her newscast.
Is that right?
Yeah. I believe this Spurs hat is prior to the 99 championship.
That's amazing if that's the case.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I've had it forever.
I have a Gunslingers t-shirt from 1983.
Damn.
I took a photo in Thousand Oaks, California with Tom Landry.
Oh, my God.
While wearing the Gunslingers
Oh, my God.
t-shirt. I got Gunslingers hats. I'm trying to think of my oldest hat. Maybe it's a Gunslinger hat.
I was fortunate enough one time to sit right next to the Spurs bench on the floor with Mike Hall and a couple other people.
Yeah.
And Peter Burns was there.
Nice.
And I got a towel that Manu Ginobili used, and it's in a Ziploc bag. Gave it to my wife, and it said, someday,
yes,
if we have the technology, we need to clone him,
the
and we
DNA
can have
and
another
clone
Manu.
him.
Yes.
Hell yes.
Yeah. Plus, she's a big Manu fan.
We need to someday do a show on either sports memorabilia
or just memorabilia.
Or memorabilia that you own.
That'd
be a good one.
I have a Rolling Stones shirt from the Steel Wheels in Houston. I saw him in Houston on the Steel Wheels tour.
Cool.
We were sitting on the floor. We were about 60 rows back. And I think I might have told you this, but I was on the end seat, right?
Mhm.
So I kept jumping off and trucking up to the front. I was close to second row at one time. And the usher kept coming up and getting me, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, how the hell is she picking me out of all these people? I'm wearing an Ocean Pacific shirt that's bright orange on one side and bright pink on the other side.
Wow.
So I went and bought a Rolling Stones shirt and put it over it.
Smart.
And she never caught me again.
That was smart. Smart thinking.
So I still have that shirt, and I hardly ever wear it, man. It's like it's got a giant lips and tongue on it, like that big, and I
cool.
keep it. I keep it just in a drawer.
Okay, RK, I don't understand that. RK says, my favorite Trump hat might be growing stuff.
What kind of stuff?
What would that mean?
Don't know. It's that old and funky. Funky Cold Medina. All right, now.
Tim, good morning. Welcome in from the PI. Well, that's cool. Opelka is getting emails about OpelkaCon. Now, I told Louis Barrios said how many people are coming. I said 25 to 50.
I think it's going to be more than that.
Wow. All right.
But people are already emailing him.
All right. Okay.
All right, stand by. Let's go.
Welcome into this beautiful day, Wednesday, September 25th, 2024. 6 days until the vice presidential debate, which you will hear right here on 1200 WOAI, 8 p.m., 6 days from today. 29 days until OpelkaCon, and the city is already buzzing. 36 days until Halloween. 41 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? 64 days until Thanksgiving and 91 days until Christmas. Charity McCurdy, how are you this morning?
Oh, just lovely on this Friday Eve. And cooler temperatures
Wait.
are on the
It's
horizon.
Friday Eve already?
No, it's not. That's
Oh,
right.
It's Friday
Damn.
Eve.
Damn, Terry,
Friday
you got me all excited, man.
Wishful thinking. I'm
Eve
sorry.
Eve.
I was jumping to Thursday. I'm all sorts of confused because, that's what happens when you start the newscast at 5:03. It messes you up a little bit.
I hadn't noticed.
So was that an Andrew Zimmel screw up?
Not his
I'm looking
fault.
at you, Andrew.
I don't think it's his fault.
Is it EJ's because he's not
Yeah,
here?
let's blame
Because he
EJ.
didn't show up?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's EJ's fault.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be in the studio. It
Yeah.
didn't happen. Yeah.
Way to go, EJ. Yeah.
Quite all right. But happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. Happy Wembenyama
Wembenyama Wednesday. And for me, it is a double fox Wednesday. When I was pulling out of my house, I'm pulling into the street. There was a fox on the side of the road. I go, wow, that's cool. Cool to see a fox. And then I pull in here in our parking lot, and right where the flagpole is, where the light is, there's a fox.
Yeah.
And I'm walking in, and he's not afraid of me.
Oh, no.
He's like
not.
looking at me going, hey, man, what are you gonna do, pal?
Sup?
I'm looking at you. So I've seen already this morning twice, two foxes, or is it vixen? Is plural? I've seen two vixen
Was it Fox Eye?
or fox eye.
And then you add Carly Shimkus, and that's three
Yes.
foxes.
That's at least
Well,
three.
yeah.
It's a triple fox Wednesday.
Well, we could say it's a quadruple fox.
Who would you like to add to the list?
I forget her name. We have another name for her on Fox.
Ainsley.
Yeah,
Earhart,
let's go with that one.
The girlfriend of Sean
Sean
Hannity,
Hannity's girlfriend, yes,
allegedly.
reportedly.
Yeah, we know all Charity. We know all the back. You're all about Taylor Swift and her relationships.
We're all
We're all about the Fox News Channel relationships. Who's sleeping with Sean Hannity? That's what we want to know.
we talk about it every morning.
Exactly.
I thought you were talking about the KINS 5 meteorologist. I know.
That would be Maggie
Lawson.
Maggie
Laughlin.
Laughlin. Maggie
Yeah.
You
Laughlin.
don't know her name, but you know what she looks like. You know.
Well, yeah, because the
Okay.
sound's not on when,
Okay.
when she introduces herself.
Yes.
We don't hear her.
Yes. Ken's Five stealing our YouTube video adage.
Yeah.
You come for the eye candy, stay
Yeah.
for the chopped liver.
Yeah.
And chopped liver at Ken's Five would be Barry Davis.
Our drummer, featured
Yes,
drummer.
he's a drummer in our band, Chopped
He
Liver.
doesn't know it yet.
Yes, but he will be the drummer in the band,
And
Chopped
yet
Liver.
we have no talent.
No,
but we have a band.
Yeah, and we're opening for Los Number 3 dinners at the Pearl someday soon. We'll let you know. Maybe at a PelkaCon in 29
Ooh,
days.
there we go.
There you go.
But I digress. Let's get caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny except for a few afternoon clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm possible. Highs in the mid 90s. Tomorrow, sunshine. Highs in the low 90s. Friday, sunshine. Highs in the low 90s. 77 degrees in Alamo Heights. 75 in New Braunfels and 76 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time 514.
Ha! Huh! Ha! Charity, do you know what day this is? I know it's not. It is Hump Day and it is triple, quadruple Fox Day. But do you know what it is? National what day? And this song is a clue.
National Kung Fu Fighting Day.
That is
Close.
so close, Cherry. So close.
Mr. T, what is it?
It's actually National One Hit Wonder Day.
Oh.
Carl Douglas's Kung Fu Fighting is
Yes.
definitely a one-hit wonder.
A one-hit wonder. Throughout the morning, we will be playing one-hit wonders.
And there's a bunch of them, believe it or
Yes,
not.
there are. Yes, there are. I look forward to that. And coming up, we had a little issue with a coworker yesterday, and we're going to tell you about it coming up, and we're going to ask you for some help on
It's therapy,
dealing,
man.
dealing with aggravating coworkers coming up on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. That's coming right up. But right now, 1200 WOAI News Time is 5:15.
And we're back.
Renee Papa, welcome in.
Papa. What up, Papa?
Hola, Papa. ¿Cómo está usted?
There it is.
Astros.
Way to go, Rooster.
What'd Rooster say?
Charity's pretty enough to make mistakes.
There you go. Thank you,
And
Rooster.
then, of course, Tim, Rooster, hello, Charity doesn't make mistakes. See, Tim knows her.
Yes.
What up, Papa?
Hey, a 14-year-old doing sports.
Isn't he up past his bedtime?
Yes, he is.
Or he's probably up early. He's got to cram for a test, spelling test.
Man, the days of Dan Cook are over. Let me just say.
so over.
Yeah.
We went from the top of
Top of the heap to the bottom of the barrel.
There you go. Thank you. It was a little bit right. Look,
Look at that.
look.
Look, is that for real? Spurs license plates, Spurs Fiesta license plates are now available.
Oh my
I'm gonna have
God.
to- Pass that along before headlines, traffic, and weather.
Spurs Fiesta plates. now available.
MyPlates.com. And of course, I don't have my pen with me. Did you write down MyPlates.com?
Yeah, I
Say,
got it.
Need a.
Cool.
Cool.
Love it.
Thank you, Tim. It's not over until the Fat Lady Sings, which was coined by Dan Cook and stolen
Thank you.
by Dick Motta
That dick.
of the then he's a dick of the then Washington Bullets. Yes.
Boulets. The Boulets, man.
The Boulets.
You know,
Rooster, Tim, Tommy, Renee, Echo.
all right, cool, man. So you're going to be out by me. I love it. So you're at Calaveras, Rooster? in RK. Yeah, it's not over until the fat lady sing.
Yeah.
And fart.
Thank you, RK.
Yes, way to go, RK.
See, if Dan Cook would have said that, then that would have been even more memorable.
I don't think Dick Motto would have taken hello.
41 days.
Yep, that's what I got, right? Yep.
So amazing how many people get that wrong.
Well, see, they're already counting today is over with.
Yeah. And it's not. We're very early in the day.
Yeah.
See, they just had a map of campaign stops today.
Yeah.
That's probably something we should be like,
yeah,
a few times a day. Today's campaign stops. Trump's in Pennsylvania. Harris is in,
Okay, Travis. See, Travis in our research department has summed it all up.
All right, is that right? Okay. Thank you, Travis. And my bad for disparaging Dick Motto when it was unwarranted.
Stand by.
Jacob, thank you. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And we have issues about a coworker. Do you? And can you help us out? We'll find out. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
Tropical storm Helene is expected to become a hurricane today. President Biden gave his final address to the UN General Assembly, and a 38-year-old Brazoria County man is now the fourth Texas death row inmate to be executed this year. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Looks like it's cooling down a little bit. How much and when? We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Calle. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 76 degrees here at the Radio Ranch. WOAI News Time, 521.
Of course, I know the song, but it is National One Hit Wonder Day. Mr. T, who was the...
Wild Cherry.
Wild Cherry. Play that funky music, Andrew
You hear it
Zimmel.
at every wedding I've ever been to.
Yes. We're going to play you one-hit wonders all morning long. So yesterday, every Tuesday, we have a meeting
Yes.
with the boss man. That would be Terry Fox. Hey, it's a quadruple Fox Wednesday, by the way, Terry Fox. And he's not even on Ken's 5. So the meeting is at 9:30 every Tuesday, and it's on Zoom sometimes because the boss man, Terry, works between Austin and San Antonio. So Andrew Zimmel reserves the conference room. So it's about 9:25. I'm going to walk into the conference room for our Zoom, Microsoft Teams, same as Zoom meeting with the boss man. And there's a sales dude in there with the door shut, having one guy, huge conference room, having his own very animated video conference with the door shut, and we are respectful enough not to go in there and interrupt his Zoom meeting, his solo Zoom meeting.
Yeah.
I have a feeling if it was the other way around, he
Oh.
would have barged in and said, "I reserved this conference room. You need to get out."
I believe you are
I've
correct.
seen that happen before.
Yeah, I believe you are correct. I do.
Which brings up the question: how do you deal with annoying coworkers? I think we did the right thing. We took the high road. We could have all walked in and
just
just
say, hey, what are you doing in our room, man?
The power of numbers.
Yeah.
Hey, we do this every Tuesday. Get out.
Or we could have just sent Charlie in. And
Charlie would have cleared that room in a second. But no, we took the so then we all come into the studio.
Yeah, and gather around
a little laptop, and then I'm having to hold it. So when Terry talks to Charlie, I aim the laptop at Charlie. When he talks to Charity, I aim it at Charity. When he talks to Mr. T or Andrew, I aim it at them.
It's like I'm reliving that whole meeting all over again.
Yeah, and my arms are like, after you hold up a laptop for 17 minutes, your arms get a little tired. So, Charity, we're going to ask the people this morning. You may have your own issues. How do you deal with annoying coworkers?
And what are they doing to annoy you?
Exactly. How do your coworkers annoy you, and how do you deal with it? Charity, how do people get us this advice?
Well, good luck fitting it in 30 seconds on the iHeartRadio app's TalkBack feature. That's what you use. Launch it, search 1200 WOAI, look for that red circle. That's the TalkBack button. You have 30 seconds once you hit it, but you can always, do it again, hit it again, and, continue that message.
Yeah.
So give us the laundry list of annoyances.
And speaking of which, we already got one this morning. It has nothing to do with the topic, but I got to play it because we did talk about it a little bit earlier. Okay, start talking.
Good morning, y'all. This is Y-Man from New Braunfels. You forgot to mention the hottest fox of them all, Charity McCurdy. Oh. Y'all have a great day. God bless you.
Thank you. Good point. But see, we assume that's just that's a given.
Yeah. Yeah, we know that.
We assume the hotness of Charity is a given. But excellent point.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're very observant. So it's a quintuple fox.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because I'm like, is it Sace?
A quintuple fox.
Septuplet?
When something.
We're going to have to count the foxes during the break.
Oh, by the way, it is a Wembenyama Wednesday.
That's true.
So we're going to pick the best talk back on annoying coworkers, and we're going to do two?
Yes, we're going to do two. We'll do our first one. We'll give it away right at the end of the 6 o'clock hour, and it's a family 4-pack of tickets. And we're going to do another one at the end of the show. So,
Awesome.
So we're bribing you to tell us about annoying coworkers and how we should deal with them, how you should deal with them. Let us know. Lots more coming up. Charity coming right up with all the big stories you need to know about at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 526.
all right then. Okay. Okay.
I got to write that down because I'm going to text Louis today and say that
Happy
Terry might
come by tomorrow. Yeah. All right. So we got one so far. And then, of course, we got this one I got to play for you real quick. Hang on, people. And we're back.
Bob, if you're in here already, we just got your talk back.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. Yeah, you know what, Travis? That was one of our suggestions yesterday, but we decided to be the, nice guys. Very, very rarely does that happen.
Look at his shirt, a Dia de los Muertos
Yeah.
Princess Leia shirt.
By the way, that's Travis says that's not an official Astros shirt, Chris.
It is for me.
Got the star on it.
Yeah. Bob, good morning. We just heard your talk back. We'll play it on the air.
I have that one plus another one.
Yes. Woo! Woo!
Travis, that's the way to go, man.
Steve Duraco, welcome in the original Rock.
Good morning, Rock.
Steve Duraco, everybody. The human element, THE, Rock.
And everybody,
Man's threat, woman's pet.
everybody was kung fu fighting.
Huh!
I used to love that song.
It's
man.
great to this day.
When I was a
When
kid.
that song comes on,
Oh, yeah.
I crank it.
Oh, I actually stop where I'm. If I'm driving, I stop and get out and
And
start
get
doing
and
roundhouses.
do some kung fu
Oh,
moves.
yeah.
Yes.
Hell yes, I do. People look at me like I'm
But
crazy.
It's like, hey,
and I
everybody-
might be.
Yeah. I saw some. It was a graph of the world, and it's all in blue, and the legends had a little blue thing that said places in the world where people were kung fu fighting, according to
to Carl Douglas.
Carl
yes.
Douglas. I saw that just 2 or 3 days ago on Facebook.
And I love the vapors. I think I'm turning Japanese.
That's such.
You know what that song is about, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Self pleasure.
Yes.
If we're gonna put
When you
that
turn Japanese.
turning Japanese. I think I'm
I'm
turning
turning
Japanese. I
Japanese.
really think so. We should when Taro Kotani is on the
Oh
show.
yeah, we should
That
play
should
that.
be his walk-up
Yeah.
music.
Yeah. And of course, I always love the men without hats and the safety dance.
Yes. So are we playing Turning
Oh,
Japanese coming
Yeah.
up?
Well, it's on the list.
We'll ask Charity if she knows what it's about.
And explain it to us, Sherry, because we don't know. Terry Jack seasons in the sun, man.
Wow.
We had joy. We had fun.
Terry Jacks,
Yeah.
everybody.
And of course, I always wanted to get Bob Guthrie to go in the studio. I almost had him doing it, man, and read the lyrics to Baby's Got Back. I
Yeah.
like big butts. I
You-
cannot lie.
How did you not do that?
I tried, man. And he agreed to it at one time, and then he couldn't do it. And then every time I went back to him, he said he decided against it. Because I handed him this, dude. I just need you to read this. That's it, man. Just read this. That would have been radio gold.
Yes.
We'd still be playing it. Trust
Mhm.
me.
See, but now with AI, we could sample his voice.
I know.
Even though
Ooh,
he's-
I have a
There's
newscast.
a site on Instagram, and I'm a Beatles freak.
Yeah,
it's
here
called-
comes Charity, by the way.
Called
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Tropical Storm Helene is set to rapidly intensify into a Category 3 hurricane, and a baby killer is put to death. We'll have details, first traffic, and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Wednesday: partly cloudy, a stray shower or storm possible, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 60s. Right now, 77 degrees. While campaigning in the swing state of Georgia, former President Trump discussed the tax plan he will implement if he wins back the White House, as well as putting a focus on American manufacturing. The former president also made a prediction for the upcoming election.
42 days from now, we are going to win the state of Georgia. We are going to defeat Comrade Kamala Harris, and we are going to make America great again.
Meantime, VP Kamala Harris has decided to skip the Al Smith dinner and campaign instead. Speaking to Fox's Hannity, Republican National Committee co-chair Laura Trump claims the dinner would be a risky move for her.
There's a very obvious reason she cannot go to the Al Smith dinner. They can't control Kamala Harris there. They don't know. There's too many unknowns, too many variables, too many normal people she might interact with.
Harris holds on to a 2-point lead ahead of Trump in the latest Fox News poll surveying national registered voters. President Biden addressed the UN General Assembly yesterday for the final time as president. During his remarks, Biden explained why he was not running for re-election.
Being president has been the honor of my life. There's so much more I want to get done. As much as I love the job, I love my country more. I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward.
The president discussed the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East during his remarks, calling for Israel and Hamas to agree to a ceasefire and hostage deal. He also doubled down on his support for Ukraine and their defense against Russia. Tropical storm Helene is rapidly approaching the Gulf of Florida, and the surrounding areas are under a hurricane watch. Fox Weather Steve Bender has the latest predictions on the evolution of the storm.
A monster storm, one that is rapidly intensifying. You're going to hear that phrase because of the strength that's going to undergo. So Tropical Storm Helene right now going towards the Yucatan. It's going to hit the channel between the Yucatan Peninsula and western Cuba, and then it's going to curve back around, hit the eastern Gulf. By Thursday evening, expected landfall in the Big Bend region, 115 miles per hour. That means a Category 3 hurricane. That's a major hurricane. A big component of this is not only the intensity, but how large Helene is expected to become, over 400 miles wide.
And the larger a storm system is, the more energy it pulls from the Gulf, which could raise the sea level roughly 15 feet and cause major flooding in coastal areas. Testimony continues today in the trial of the man accused in the starvation death of his 4-year-old son. Brandon Cervera is charged with injury to a child. His ex-wife, Miranda Casares, was convicted of the same crime earlier this year. Benjamin Cervera died in 2021, and an autopsy found that he had starved to death. Cervera and Casares were both arrested and charged with injury to a child. Yesterday, the jury heard opening arguments in which the prosecution and defense disagreed about the boy's cause of death. If convicted, Brandon Cervera faces up to life in prison. Texas AG Ken Paxton's last-ditch effort to stop the State Fair of Texas gun ban now lies with the Supreme Court. He says he plans to challenge the latest ruling immediately. LP Phillips has more.
Without comment, the 15th Court of Appeals denied a request by Paxton to overturn a lower court. What it means is the gun ban for now is on the books. The Supreme Court only has 2 days to get the arguments and make a decision. The State Fair successfully argued its ban is not a firearms case, rather a case about private property rights. The fair's board wants to ban the firearms after a shooting wounded 3 last year. A judge in Dallas last week refused to block the new rule from taking effect. The Attorney General has argued that the fair is on public property, and therefore the fair's board cannot stop citizens from lawfully carrying guns.
Well, a 38-year-old Brazoria County man is now the 4th Texas death row inmate to be executed this year. Travis Mullis was convicted of the 2008 capital murder of his 3-month-old son, Elijah, whose body was found dumped in Galveston. Mullis turned himself in to police in Pennsylvania and waived his right to appeal his death sentence. He received a lethal injection at the state prison in Huntsville last evening and was pronounced dead right after 7 p.m. Well, a singer-songwriter, Johnny Cash, is being memorialized in Washington. Fox's Chad Pergram has more.
Statues of presidents, inventors, and civil rights leaders dot the U.S. Capitol. But now there's a musician, the Man in Black. When unveiled, the bronze statue representing Cash's home state of Arkansas all but said, "Hello, I'm Johnny Cash." It features the singer clasping a Bible. Cash's signature Martin D35 guitar slung across his back. Cash's sister Joanne, who is blind, touched the statue of her brother for several moments, now memorialized for the ages. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check of your money and the world of business, we say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. By the Vapors. It is a one-hit wonder. It's National One-Hit Wonder Day. And Charity, Mr. T and I would like to know, do you know what this song is really about?
Yes, I do.
Oh, right on.
Okay.
I do. And
even though it's not even yet the 6 o'clock hour, I think we should probably not
Yeah,
go there.
good idea.
Turning Japanese.
Google it.
Yeah, Google
Vapors.
Turning Japanese by the Vapors.
Yes.
It's about something that we're not
Very
really
personal.
very personal.
Is it
Yeah.
kind of like blister in the sun?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little
Yeah.
bit.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a second.
I think this can be categorized under the heading, if you know, you know.
Exactly.
If you know, you know.
Exactly.
If you know, never mind.
Oh, no, you didn't. All right. So are we?
Yeah, it's off the rails.
Yeah. Okay. Show's already up. We lost control of the show at 5:43 a.m. Coming up at 5:50, Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic. Not only is it going to get very cool here in the next couple of mornings, but we're keeping an eye on Tropical Storm Helene. And we were asking people on the Talkback feature on the iHeartRadio app, do you have annoying coworkers and how do you deal with them? Charity, how do people tell us that information?
Find a way to manage cramming it into 30 seconds on the free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI, look for that red circle. That's the Talkback feature, 30 seconds to let us know.
Yeah, and let us know what annoys you. What are they doing to annoy you? Here's our first one.
Good morning, crew. It's Rooster. Annoying people to me are the ones that won't keep their mouth shut, know it all, and won't take advice from someone who's been in this business a lot longer than they have. The way I deal with it, I just keep them away, keep them off my team before it gets worse. Tim, as you saw, I have many of my brothers at the wedding, so that doesn't happen too often, but when it does, I don't tolerate it, and they're on a different ship. You guys have a great one, Rooster.
Okay.
Nothing worse than a know-it-all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here's another one.
Good morning and happy Wednesday. Annoying coworkers. I'm 60 years old and working away, so I could give plenty of examples. But the one thing I've learned to do, other than having a bestie at work that you can just go vent to, is to say to yourself, thank God I'm not her or him. Doesn't solve the problem, but it makes me smile and gets me through the rest of the day. Keep praying and working, people.
Okay.
And that is Kemper, and I like that. Thank God I'm not her or him.
See, it's therapy. All right, we got time for one more.
Well, good morning, guys. This is your Pennsylvania truck driver, DJ. The best solution that I found to handle an annoying employee was for me to become a truck driver. Now, if I begin to have problems with another annoying employee, then I've got bigger problems because that employee is just me. Y'all have a good day.
Hilarious.
There you go.
It's one way out.
If you got annoying coworkers, just go be a truck driver and work alone. That's a great idea. I like that a lot.
And the best one's going to win a 4-pack of tickets to a Spurs
That's
preseason
right.
game.
Yeah, we're not just seeking advice. We're going to give away 2 4-packs of tickets. We'll do the first one coming up at about 6:50. Coming right up, flashback, and then we'll get a comprehensive look at the weather from Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic, WOAI News Time, 5:45.
And we're back.
Kemper, that was a tremendous talk back. Good morning, Connie. Cypher 9.
Good morning, Connie.
Sickapolin. Travis Tommy. RK. Steve Duraco, the original rock. I didn't know that. I thought that song would be before Charity's time. When I was in college, 1981, I was hearing that song.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember watching it on MTV.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go Spurs, go. Sam, have a great day.
Adios, Sam. Thanks for hanging out. Don't you go changing.
To try and please me.
Yeah. You never let me down before. Don't imagine. You're too familiar. And I don't see you anymore.
But we do love you.
Yeah.
Just the way you are.
Yes. We honestly love you. I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. I'm not trying to make you anything at all. But this feeling doesn't come along every day. So you ought to take the chance when you've got the chance to say. By the way, I heard Olivia Newton-John, even though she has passed, has a new single dropping.
Are you sure it's her?
Well, somebody very much like the John Lennon Beatles thing. Somebody found a cassette of her with a demo, and it's somebody well-known. So another musician.
Sam sent you a picture of that NFL San Antonio Spurs hat.
Oh, cool. Sam, I'll go look for it, man. Am I signed into my email? I am.
Do you have
And
the tags, by the way?
I did get a PAGS. You did not send it to my iHeart. You must have sent it to my Gmail. But let me forward PAGS to you.
Please.
Forward. I'll go look for that, Sam. Thank you. But I'm looking right now at my work email, which is iHeart PAGS.
But he's never actually won anything from us, so there is that.
Let's see. X messages. Still don't see it. Sam? You must have sent it to WOI because I'm looking at my Chris Duell X messages. It's not there. And let me see if this. It is time to go back in time, but what year will we land in? You try to figure it out. We'll try to figure it out. Let's play flashback.
Ow.
Oof.
Man.
It's a classic. Oh! Bobby McFerrin. '86, '87, or '88, wow. Mr. T. You're a Bobby McFerrin kind of guy.
Man. When in doubt, take the middle one, right?
Charity?
Well, it's the Seoul Summer Olympics, so 88.
There you go. Charity's listening, paying attention. That's why we go to her.
That's it. Charity always gets it. Let's find out. Is it 88? I'm sure it is. Charity McCurdy for the win. Charity, what stories are you following?
Helene is expected to make landfall on Florida's East Coast as a Category 3 hurricane tomorrow. Ryan Ruth is officially being charged with the attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate, and UTSA says it plans to stay in the American Athletic Conference despite reported interest from the Pac-12. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunshine, except for a few afternoon clouds, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the mid 90s tomorrow, and Friday, sunshine both days, highs in the low 90s both days. 77 degrees in the Pearl downtown, 77 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 76 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 552.
San Antonio's first news. We are soon to connect with Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic. But before we do, big story yesterday. Brett Favre, legendary Green Bay Packers quarterback, was testifying before a House committee on welfare reform and revealed in his testimony that he has recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Very, very sad to hear that. A guy who was such a phenomenal athlete and now a heck of a physical challenge coming his way. We do have Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic. We'll talk about the Brett Favre story a little bit later in the show. Ray, you are keeping an eye on Tropical Storm Helene. What's the latest and how dangerous could this storm become?
Well, latest as of the 5 o'clock advisory Eastern time for the Hurricane Center. Strengthened a bit to 65 mile per hour tropical storm. Remember, it's only got to get to 75 to be a hurricane, or 74 miles per hour. That's probably going to happen. If not with the 8 o'clock advisory, most likely with the 11 o'clock, and then strengthened to a Cat 3, 120 mile per hour maximum sustained wind. The center was located 45 miles east-northeast of Cozumel, Mexico, 120 miles to the southwest of the western tip of Cuba. So now just about the whole state of Florida under some type of warning or advisory with a 5 o'clock advisory. They included Miami in the tropical storm warning. So Orlando's in it. Tampa's in the tropical storm warning with a hurricane watch. Tallahassee, though, I leave the worst for last because that's bullseye for potentially a major hurricane passing right over the top of the city. Hurricane warning in effect for parts of the Panhandle.
Ray, we always talk about how deadly storm surges can be. How bad could it get with the storm?
Life-threatening and, obviously damage to homes and properties and businesses. Some of the storm surge values could exceed double digits around the Big Bend area and on up into parts of the Panhandle. Tampa, 5 to 8 foot water rise is expected, so that's going to inundate some homes and businesses. So in many of these places, we're looking at some of these storm surge values that will be fairly high, and obviously you're going to get inland in some cases, especially just to the east and to the northeast of where the center goes. So right now, looks like that's going to be pretty close to areas just south of Tallahassee where that center comes on shore. So that's where some of the highest storm surge values will be realized. Now, not really in a real highly populated area around the Big Bend area, but still lives and properties are being threatened. I'm hoping that everybody who got evacuation orders is taking them seriously, because with the center of the storm, now I'm looking at it passing just to the west of the city of Tallahassee. That's going to put them right in the heart of, as I'd mentioned, the strongest winds. And the areas to the south near the Gulf are going to be in some of the highest surge also.
Now, Ray, let's move to something local. Now, I keep hearing that we have a cold front coming, and yet the temperatures are still going to be in the 90s. Why is it called a cold front when it doesn't actually get cold, Ray?
Oh, well, there's a couple of things as you peel back the layers of the onion. Sometimes cold fronts are nothing more but a change in wind direction and maybe the feel of the air mass. Now, I really think the air mass will change in terms of when you say, well, officially, what was the high temperature yesterday at the airport? And if tomorrow you say it was 96 for today, Thursday's high temperatures are projected to be about 91 with a north breeze instead of a light south or west breeze, which we've had over the past couple of days. So cold front, but not getting that much colder. Even at night, we drop a few degrees. But then guess what? We're back to the mid-90s and dry as we get back to the weekend. So a brief visit, maybe from cooler but still above normal temperatures, but we're only talking a couple degrees difference. Probably really going to feel the difference probably at night in the early morning hours instead of 70-ish, maybe mid-60s by Friday morning. So that may feel okay. Obviously, west and north of town, potentially a little cooler.
Yeah, I saw one forecast, Ray, saying dipping around 63, maybe even on Friday morning in the San Antonio area. We're less than a week away from October, Ray. I got to believe these cooling trends are going to be much more frequent.
Well, that's the theory, right? We expect that as we get into the fall months that we do see cooler and cooler air masses. And these fronts mean a little bit more. In central South Texas, no longer the cold front graveyard, but right now, I don't see too many significant changes. as we get into that first week in October, some of the guidance suggests it may be a little cooler, but it's really to the north where I see some of the coolest air so far this fall season coming in that first week in October to the northern tier. And, as we go through, I hope the next few weeks and months, we see some of this cooler air. Hopefully we get some rain too. But we've still got to get through this tropical season first. Helene's going to be a huge inland storm maker too, and a story maker with inland flooding, significant flooding, maybe catastrophic flooding for some of the western Carolinas and North Georgia. Power is going to be out, and there's another couple of waves out there in the tropical Atlantic too. We'll have to keep an eye on. Right now, nothing threatening coastal Texas, but that first week in October, we still talked about the American model once again putting a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. So it ain't over yet.
We will keep an eye on it. Our thanks to Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic. Charity has all the stories you need to know about on this Wednesday morning, coming right up at the top of the hour. WOAI News Time, 5:58. Oh,
Hello, everybody.
woohoo! Yeah, I probably didn't realize it'd go so long on that last question. I
It
probably
was very long.
shouldn't have asked it.
That's all right.
Okay, so back to Ryan Ruth here, as advertised
Sure,
at the
sure,
top
sure,
of the
sure.
sixth. Okay. Sikapalan, Kemper, Travis, Connie, Tim, Sikapalan. Good morning.
Don't worry. Be happy. Here's a little song I wrote. Okay.
You might want to learn it note for note.
Don't worry.
Be happy.
Don't worry.
Don't worry.
Be happy.
Be happy now. Okay, so I guess, EJ is here.
Yeah,
When did he get here? I didn't even notice.
you just walked in.
Okay.
Right when you were throwing it to
Ray
her.
Ray?
No, to her.
Oh.
Six o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Florida braces for Helene and the latest from the campaign trail. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Wednesday, partly cloudy, a stray shower or storm possible, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 60s. Right now, 76 degrees. Vice President Kamala Harris is set to deliver an economy-focused speech today as manufacturing and the economy was former President Trump's focus yesterday in Savannah, Georgia. Here's Fox's Jessica Rosenthal.
Former President Trump said if elected to another term,
I will appoint a manufacturing ambassador whose sole task, and it'll be a great one, will be to go around the world and convince major manufacturers to pack up and move back to America where they want to be.
he told a rally in Savannah, Georgia, that he would work to bring the corporate tax rate down to 15%. for manufacturers who promise to make products in the U.S.
You'll be able to write off 100% of the cost of heavy machinery and other equipment in the first year.
He called Vice President Harris a tax queen and said if she's president, companies will leave the U.S. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Well, President Biden is calling for global cooperation to address conflicts and challenges around the world. Here's Fox's Jared Halpern.
Addressing the United Nations General Assembly for the fourth and final time, President Biden told world leaders their test is to make sure forces holding us together are stronger than those pulling us apart.
I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think. We're stronger together than alone.
Before leaving office in January, President Biden will make at least a few more foreign trips. The White House announcing he will travel to Germany next month to support NATO before visiting Angola to strengthen economic ties on the African continent. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Brian Ruth is officially being charged with the attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate. Ruth allegedly camped outside of Trump's West Palm Beach golf course for hours armed with a rifle earlier this month. Monday, the Justice Department revealed a letter written by Ruth addressed to the world, which said this was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I failed you. Ruth also faces multiple gun-related charges. Florida and the Southeast are bracing for Tropical Storm Helene, which could bring a potentially deadly storm surge, flooding rains, and destructive winds. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is telling residents to prepare.
The fact that this would be forecasted as a major at this point without formation shows that this has a potential to be a really, really significant storm.
It's expected to make landfall on Florida's east coast as a Category 3 hurricane tomorrow. A man convicted of killing his infant son has been executed in Huntsville. Prison officials say Travis Mullis was put to death by lethal injection last night. Mullis is the fourth Texas inmate to be executed this year. He was arrested in 2008 for killing his 3-month-old son. Authorities say he sexually assaulted the baby and crushed his skull before leaving the body on a roadside in Galveston. Well, now that an appeals court has turned down the AG's request to block the new gun ban at the State Fair of Texas, he says he's taking it to the Texas Supreme Court. Here's LP Phillips.
The 15th Court of Appeals made fast work without comment, rejecting Paxton's arguments 5 hours after receiving the last batch of legal papers. The case is over the fair's decision to ban guns following last year's shooting that wounded 3. Last week, a judge in Dallas refused to block the rule. It's the fair's argument that as a not-for-profit, it is independent of the government and has the right to ban guns. The papers say this is a private property rights dispute, not a fight over firearms. It's the Attorney General's claim that law-abiding citizens should not be denied the right to carry firearms to the fair. The fair starts Friday.
San Antonio-based insurance and banking giant USAA has announced another round of layoffs, according to sources. In April, the company trimmed 200 workers from its roles. There's no word on how many will be laid off or what departments are impacted. Pro Football Hall of Fame quarterback Brett Favre revealed during a congressional hearing that he's been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. The 54-year-old was testifying before the House and Ways Committee about his efforts to secure funds for a company making concussion drugs when he revealed the news.
Sadly, I also lost an investment in a company that I believed was developing a breakthrough concussion drug I thought would help others. And I'm sure you'll understand why it's too late for me, because I've recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's.
Favre has previously stated he believes he suffered more than 1,000 concussions during his 20-year career in the NFL. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on a quintuple fox Wednesday. Mr. T, you just had a sighting in the parking lot of
Yes.
what?
The silver fox that was out in the far parking lot out there, by where the trees are.
Yes.
Just trucking across the parking lot, stopped, looked at me, and I don't know if he could see me. I was standing up here by the door, and he just kept trucking.
There's we have a fox in the parking lot, Charity, and it is not very impressed with us, nor is it scared of us.
No, at all.
He had a staring contest with me earlier this morning.
And he won.
Yes, he won. I'm 0 for 1 in the staring contest with the fox. Coming up, the latest on Ryan Ruth and his son in a little bit of hot water as well. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny with a few afternoon clouds, a stray shower or thunderstorm possible, highs in the mid 90s. Tomorrow and on Friday, sunshine both days, low 90s both days. It is 75 degrees in that sleepy little town down around San Antonio, China Grove. 77 at Randolph Air Force Base and 76 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:11.
San Antonio's first news on a national one-hit wonder day. Come on, Eileen.
Dexy's Midnight Runners.
Dexy's Midnight Runners.
Yes.
Wow.
The classic. It was a staple on MTV back in the day when MTV used to play videos.
Now, Charity, do you know what that song really is about? Come on, Eileen.
I think so. Yeah.
I have no idea. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
I think he wants to make a home run with Eileen.
Yes.
And
my
he just keeps saying,
understanding.
come on, Eileen.
Come on, Eileen.
Come on, Eileen.
Come on. It's been a strange morning.
Yeah.
Not a good week for the Ruth family. Charity, you've been reporting the latest on charges against the would-be assassin, Ryan Ruth. But his son, so Ryan Ruth is 58. He's got a 35-year-old son who lives in Greensboro, North Carolina. And his son has now been arrested for child pornography. The FBI found child porn on 2 of his Samsung Galaxy Note phones in his home. Quite a family here, the Ruth family.
Yeah, the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. And it's interesting. I wonder if they were looking into Oren's home in connection to this assassination attempt with former President Trump. It's unclear at this point. But meantime, Ryan Ruth has been officially charged with an attempted assassination against a presidential official. So he's looking at the max of life behind bars, which I'm sure he will end up getting.
Now, I'm just wondering if they'll be able to make this attempted assassination charge stick, because I guess they're going off of that letter that allegedly he gave to a friend of his.
Yeah.
Now, if that's their only evidence, if he has a good attorney, that's not going to work. They're not going to be able to say that, that was, unless they can prove it was actually him who wrote that.
Well,
letter.
I think in connection to the cell phone data that they got showing that he spent all this time.
But he never fired a shot.
This is true. But I think the other evidence suggests that.
We all think that's what he
case.
was doing there, but can they prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt in court?
And the letter is so weird. We talked about it yesterday. In the letter, he essentially says, I failed in my assassination attempt of former President Trump, and I'll give $150,000 to anybody who can finish the job. Yet he gave that letter in a box with other items to a friend months before the assassination attempt. What was he just thinking, I'm going to fail? Or was this like a worst case scenario? In case I fail, they'll find the letter. It's so bizarre. I imagine, Charity, we can't assume we're going to see clear thinking from somebody crazy enough to try something like this, but I still find it crazy.
Yeah, I was wondering if his friend was given instructions, open after this date. That way he could, say, I failed if you're opening this box at this time. That was my hunch on it, but we'll have to wait and see what comes out in this trial. But meantime, you have Congress passing a bill to boost Secret Service protection for presidential candidates. This will apply, of course, to both former President Trump and VP Kamala Harris, which is what they need. We have 40 days, till the election. They're going to need a lot of security.
Yeah, that's a given. That's a given. Two assassination attempts allegedly against former President Donald Trump. One for sure, we know.
Mm-hmm.
Second one, I believe that he was there to shoot at the president, but can you prove it?
That we shall see. I mean, if an attorney gets him off, that's going to be a heck of a job by an attorney if indeed that happens. But you raise some very valid points that could be pursued in a court of law. Coming up, we will get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. And we're talking to you on the Talkback feature. It's Wembenyama Wednesday. We're going to give away a family 4-pack of Spurs tickets before the end of this hour, because we're asking you, do you have any coworkers who drive you crazy? And how do you handle a coworker that drives you crazy? That's what we're seeking your advice on. And we'll get to those coming up as well. WOAI News Time, 6:15.
Hello. All right, and we're back.
Hey, everybody. Jacob says, the way I handle annoying coworkers is by saying this: wow, they were right about you. They lose it, and it works on so many levels. Jacob, I might have to read that on the air, man. That's a great one. Wow, they were right about you. Woo! The Justice Department sues Visa.
Yeah.
What is up with that?
They're saying that Visa has a monopoly. It's antitrust.
What do they think? They're HEB? Come on now.
Exactly. Let me see exactly what they're saying on this over here, Chris. I've got it for you. Come on, Irene. It's monopolizing debit card markets. Which is true. 60% of all debit transactions in the U.S. run on Visa's network.
But that's only 60%.
I know.
Monopoly would be 95%.
Which has them charging over $7 billion in processing fees every year.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm with the Justice Department on this.
Exactly.
Screw you, Visa.
Yeah. Come on, Irene.
And now you're saying Irene. Is it Irene or Eileen?
It's Eileen.
Okay. Kemper and Bob left us. Ooh.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
And they left at the same time.
Ruh-roh.
And they were on the same row.
That's how rumors get
at the
started,
Barry
Chris, and I
Manilow
love
concert. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just connecting the dots.
Yeah. Yeah. Could it be magic, Chris?
Could it be magic? Yes. It's a miracle, a true blue spectacle, a miracle come true.
It's a miracle.
Melania tomorrow on Fox and Friends at
Will she be naked?
5 a.m. I don't think she'll be naked, but she
It
could
is
be.
Fox.
She does have a book to. Yep. Roger Ailes is no longer there.
Oh, that's true.
So that lowers the chances.
So would this be the first book by a first lady with a centerfold?
It could be. Yes.
I kid.
I kid. We kid.
Wow.
I did not, Connie, see America's Got Talent yesterday.
I have
Richard's
never seen
performance
it.
with Journey, with the actual Journey.
No, and I actually have audio of it.
Did he have actual Journey backing him up?
I don't know. I've
That would be
never
amazing.
Seen it. Okay, here we go.
Now, Mr. T has.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never seen that show ever. My reality show is nothing but sports.
I do have a soft spot, although I haven't watched it in years, and it's still going on. I saw an ad for it the other day.
What's that?
Big Brother.
Still going on. Charlie says it's not very good this
my
year.
guilty pleasure. Big
Charlie
Brother.
says it's not good.
Yeah.
Avoid
When I
it.
didn't work mornings,
That's true.
when I worked afternoons, I would subscribe to the live feeds,
Yeah,
and I would just sit till
watch
2 in the
it.
morning, drinking beer, watching the live feeds.
You're just gonna throw it to her, right?
Yes.
And then we got, let's see, since we got Decker coming up,
Yeah, let me know when to hit. Yeah,
25:30
25.
right now. And I've been working.
It's Wembenyama Wednesday. Somebody's winning a family 4-pack. Well, actually, we're going to give away 2 this morning, in fact, to see the Spurs play this preseason. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Helene is expected to be a Cat 3 hurricane before making landfall tomorrow night in Florida. The Texas AG continues to fight the gun ban at the State Fair of Texas. And for the 4th time in as many years, the Houston Astros have clinched at the American League West Division. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies, except for a few afternoon clouds. Stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in the mid 90s. Tomorrow and Friday, sunshine and low 90s both days. 77 degrees at Randolph Air Force Base. 76 in Von Ormy. 76 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 622.
It's a National One-Hit Wonder Day.
Sorry.
I wish this was a no-hit wonder. I never liked this song. Who was the Tony Basil?
Tony Basil, Basil.
Basil.
Yeah, I've heard it both ways.
Yeah, I've heard it both ways. Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
that's a
Tony.
horrible song.
My God, how did that rise up the charts? I have no idea. We are asking you on the free iHeartRadio app to tell us, do you have annoying coworkers and how do you handle them? And on the chat in YouTube, we've got a YouTube feed going on. Go find us. Go look for 1200 WOAI. Jacob C. Hernandez says, the way I handle annoying coworkers is by saying this: wow, they were right about you. They lose it, and it works on so many levels. I might use that next time, Charity.
That's a good one.
Wow, they were right about you.
That's a good one. I like
Even
that.
though I've been working with you for decades, they were right about you.
They were right about- Finally, I figured it out. They were right.
I'm gonna go use that in the hallway sometime later this morning on
Just
somebody.
walk up to somebody.
Yeah.
You know, they were right about you. See how it goes. All right, let's go to the people.
Hey guys, Stephen from Lotto. And when I have an issue with a coworker, I don't do this perfectly, but I try to practice empathy. Look at it from their side. Maybe it's something I did. Maybe they're being annoying because it's something that I did to them. I don't do it perfectly. Hey, did y'all know that tomorrow is National Slap an Annoying Coworker Day? If you can't figure out who that is in your office, you better call in sick. Have a great day.
Wow.
Stephen, they were right about you.
A double whammy there. Stephen, yes, very nice. Well played, Mr. T. Empathy. Stephen taking the high road, then giving us a funny joke.
I love it. I love it too. All right, here's another one.
Good morning, guys. Hey, it's Nick. Sitting here thinking about how to deal with an annoying coworker. I realized I don't really have too many annoying coworkers. Then I thought, hey, if you don't have any annoying coworkers, you're probably the annoying coworker. Anyway, have a great day.
Nick, I hope you don't get slapped by Steven. So funny.
Let's
funny,
head up
funny.
to New Braunfels.
Good morning, WOAI. How y'all doing this morning? This is John from New Braunfels. Hey, I think an annoying employee is one who is negative. I just stay away from them. It's the best I can do because you can have a bad day just because somebody else's negativity. You guys bring a bright day to me, so thank you. Have a wonderful week and weekend.
Well, thank you.
I think John is right. It's so, any job is tough, but when you have Debbie Downer showing up and just going all negative all the time, that'll make any job a little tougher.
It will.
Yeah.
And it's hard to escape because sometimes, you
You're
have
trapped.
to work with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get trapped and you have to, and there's no choice.
Oh boy! All right, somebody's winning Spurs tickets. I think Stephen from Lytle
He's
with
got a good
empathy
chance,
and
man. That's a
joke.
good one,
I
yeah.
think he might be in the running. Coming up, we have a White House correspondent John Decker, the latest from the campaign trail. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. WOAI News Time 6:25.
Hello, everybody.
Charity's coming up with the news. Jacob C. Hernandez, that was a great one. We read it on the air. If you were listening, I'm sure you probably were. Frankie, adios. Good to see you in here. Have a great day yourself. Hello to Sickapolin, Tim, Rooster, Tommy Miller, Connie, Echo 5 Hotel. Anybody else who might be in here, good morning. Welcome in. Let's see. I see 25 in here right now.
Name them.
I can't name them all. We know not all of you chat. You are welcome to chat. When you chat, we see your name and we say hello. But you don't have to. Up to you.
You can if you want, though.
I am wearing I want to go get my Astros baseball bat for the rest of the show.
Yeah.
We are celebrating the Houston Astros American League West championship that they won officially last night. Go Stros. Hate us. I have my Jose Altuve jersey. Just
Oh, wow. So Tim has a housekeeper, a cook, and a driver in the Philippines because it's so, I guess it's cheaper.
wow.
Yeah.
Must be nice.
Oh, Frankie loves Come On, Eileen.
6:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Tropical Storm Helene is set to rapidly intensify into a Category 3 hurricane, and a baby killer is put to death. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Wednesday: partly cloudy, a stray shower or storm possible, a high of 95. Tonight's low near 68. Right now, 76 degrees. While campaigning in the swing state of Georgia, former President Trump discussed the tax plans he will implement if he wins back the White House, as well as putting a focus on American manufacturing. Trump put forward his plan to put a tariff on Mexican car exports to the U.S.
We will put a 100% tariff on every single car coming across the Mexican border, and tell them the only way they'll get rid of that tariff is if they want to build a plant right here in the United States with you people operating that plant.
Trump's economic pitch includes tax cuts for companies that manufacture in the U.S., as well as revitalize fracking and natural gas industries. Meantime, VP Kamala Harris is reportedly planning a trip to the southern border as border security proves to be a key issue for voters. Speaking to Fox News, Texas Republican Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick criticized the Biden administration's record on illegal immigration.
If their goal was to have terrorists and criminals and just millions of people coming into our country illegally and giving them a pass and not knowing where they're going or who they are or what crimes they're committing, then they've been very effective.
The potential border visit comes after a Reuters Ipsos poll finds 46% of surveyed voters prefer Trump on immigration, opposed to the 36% who prefer Harris. President Biden addressed the UN General Assembly yesterday for the final time as president. During his remarks, the president explained why he was not running for re-election.
Being president has been the honor of my life. There's so much more I want to get done. As much as I love the job, I love my country more. I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward.
The president discussed the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East during his remarks, calling for Israel and Hamas to agree to a ceasefire and hostage deal. He also doubled down on his support for Ukraine and their defense against Russia. Tropical Storm Helene is rapidly approaching the Gulf of Florida, and the surrounding areas are under a hurricane watch. Fox Weather Steve Bender has the latest predictions on the evolution of this storm.
A monster storm, one that is rapidly intensifying. You're going to hear that phrase because of the strength that's going to undergo. So Tropical Storm Helene right now going towards the Yucatan. It's going to hit the channel between the Yucatan Peninsula and western Cuba, and then it's going to curve back around, hit the eastern Gulf. By Thursday evening, expected landfall in the Big Bend region, 115 miles per hour. That means a Category 3 hurricane. That's a major hurricane. A big component of this is not only the intensity, but how large Helene is expected to become, over 400 miles wide.
The larger a storm system is, the more energy it pulls from the Gulf, which could raise the sea level roughly 15 feet and cause major flooding in coastal areas. A new state appeals court is rejecting Texas AG Ken Paxton's request to block the gun ban at the State Fair of Texas. The 15th Court of Appeals met for the first time on September 1st, made up of 3 justices appointed by Governor Abbott. Last evening, the court unanimously upheld a lower court's order allowing the fair's gun ban to stand. Paxton says the ban violates state law because the fair is held on government-owned land. If he wishes to carry on the fight, his next stop is the state Supreme Court. A trial is underway for a San Antonio father accused of starving his 4-year-old son to death in 2021.
Opening arguments began in Bexar County Court for Brendan Savetta, who could spend the rest of his life in prison if convicted. The boy's stepmother, Miranda Caceres, got 25 years in prison for the same charges in April. 4-year-old Benji was found only wearing a diaper and severely malnourished. Detectives found locks on the refrigerator, pantry, cabinets, and even on Benji's door of the family's apartment. Photos and videos were found of the boy begging for bread and water and shaking uncontrollably. He was even forced to drink hand sanitizer. Signs of abuse were evident on the boy, even though Savetta claimed they were self-inflicted. The trial continues today. Eric Lycom, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, the U.S. could run out of several popular fruits within weeks due to an expected port strike. The International Longshoremen's Association along the East Coast and Gulf of Mexico say they will strike at the end of the month unless there's a new contract. The strike could impact deliveries of bananas, pineapples, grapes, and more. The White House says it will not invoke its legal powers to intervene. J.P. Morgan says the cost to the country if a strike happens will be roughly $5 billion a day. A Texas death row inmate who waived his right to appeal his sentence has been put to death. Barbara Schwartz has more.
Travis Mullis' crime was despicable. In 2008, after having a fight with his girlfriend, he took off with his 3-month-old son from Brazoria County and went to Galveston. He sexually abused the baby and stomped him to death. Mullis fled the state, was later arrested after surrendering to police in Philadelphia. Amanda Hernandez with the Texas prison system says in his last statement, he said,
Mullis thanked his friends for their support and correctional staff for the changes being made across the system to rehabilitate those incarcerated. He acknowledged his decision to expedite the execution process and apologized to the victim's family.
The execution was the 4th of the year in Texas.
The U.S. Postal Service is restarting its free at-home COVID-19 test offered by the end of the month. The program will allow U.S. households to order up to 4 COVID at-home nasal swab kits. The kits will be available while supplies last. The U.S. Health and Human Services Agency, which oversees COVID testing, has not announced an exact date for ordering to begin. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world to business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thank you, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news on this Wembenyama Wednesday. We're giving away not one, but two family 4-packs of tickets to go see the Spurs in the preseason. And in fact, we'll give one of those away before the top of the hour. We're asking you, do you have any annoying coworkers? And if you do, how do you deal with them? Coming up at 6:48, Charlie Parker brings us those were the days. But right now, let's check in with White House correspondent and attorney John Decker on the campaign trail. Yesterday, John was in Michigan. Today, Vice President Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania and former President Donald Trump campaigning in North Carolina. John, these are very, very important states when it comes to this election.
Well, they are important. They're important in terms of getting to 270 electoral college votes. I think it's extremely difficult for Vice President Harris to get to 270 without winning Pennsylvania. That's why she is back in Pennsylvania once again today. She'll be in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, delivering an economic speech focusing on the details of her economic plans should she be elected president. As for Donald Trump, he's back in North Carolina. And I have to tell you, during the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, when Donald Trump thought that Joe Biden was going to be his opponent, I had Trump aides saying to me, we don't even need to campaign or spend any money in North Carolina. Well, the polls indicate a much different story now. That's the reason why he is back in the Tar Heel state today.
And John, you mentioned the polls. What are they showing about voter confidence in the candidates on the big issues like the economy and immigration?
Well, in poll after poll on those two issues that you mentioned, Donald Trump has a higher favorable number on those issues of how dealing with the U.S. economy and also dealing with the issue of mass migration to the United States. That is a top issue for voters overall. There are other issues that matter a lot to many voters, but that is, I think, one of the reasons why the vice president is delivering this economic speech to get her numbers up on that particular issue going forward with less than 6 weeks to go until the presidential election.
So will we see either one of these candidates anywhere outside of these swing states between now and the election?
Well, yes, you will. I mean, another part of running for president is fundraising. And oftentimes you'll see the vice president or the former president travel to a blue state like New York or California, down to Texas or maybe Illinois in terms of fundraising and keeping this campaign flush with cash. So those are really the only reasons to travel outside those swing states between now and November the 5th.
We talk about Donald Trump being in North Carolina, John, and of course, you've got the controversy there involving Mark Robinson, the Republican candidate for governor, the alleged comments he made on a porn site. And, you had Donald Trump saying, he was Martin Luther King on steroids. He was even better than Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. For a normal candidate, this would probably affect them. But a lot of times since 2016, normal rules don't seem to apply to Donald Trump. How awkward is it for him right now in North Carolina as a result of this?
Well, it's awkward because typically when Donald Trump does these events, and no matter what swing state you're talking about, you see a lot of other elected Republican officials campaigning alongside with him up on that campaign stage. Certainly you would typically see the Republican candidate for governor, who's the current lieutenant governor, campaigning along Donald Trump in North Carolina, but he is nowhere to be found. Donald Trump doesn't talk about him, nor does he have him campaign with him. And the reason being is because he has seen Mark Robinson as a very damaged candidate. And the concern, of course, is, and no one knows the answer to this until the votes are tabulated, whether or not Mark Robinson's problems filter over into creating a problem for Donald Trump in terms of winning that state.
And John, we're also hearing Kamala Harris is planning a trip to the southern border. Is that a risky move at this point when you consider that's been a weak spot for the VP?
Well, you certainly could argue that fact because of, as you point out, it is a weak spot for her, poll after poll. I think that one of the reasons why she's doing that particular trip is to get her numbers up in Arizona in particular. Senator Mark Kelly will accompany her to that portion of the border that Arizona shares with Mexico. Whether or not that has an impact on the polls in Arizona in particular, we'll have to wait and see. And I think that it will also be very important to see what her message is, not just making that photo up to the southern border, to hear what she's actually saying while she's there.
Now, I know it's a little early to start filling out my bracket for March Madness, but I appreciate you scouting the Michigan State basketball team yesterday for me. You think they could be here for the Final Four next year?
Yeah, well, look, they've got a lot of talent. Tom Izzo, Hall of Fame coach, and you put those two together, combine them, that makes you a contender. It's too early to say. I met Tom Izzo yesterday. Never met him before. Really nice guy. And he was telling me yesterday that, he believes he's got a great team, not only to win the Big Ten, but to go far in the tournament as well. And I was just so impressed with the caliber of players that were practicing yesterday. I think it was their second day of practice overall, and I was fortunate enough to attend it yesterday.
And thanks for the video, by the way.
You're welcome.
Great
Absolutely.
stuff from White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Charlie Parker coming up with Those Were the Days, WOAI News Time, 646.
And we're back.
Woohoo!
And we're back.
RK, Louie, Tim, Tommy, Sikapalan, Jacob. Anybody else in here? Welcome. Thanks for hanging out with us.
No, Tim, he hasn't. What's going on? Echo.
Louie, 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 Louie.
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 Jillian Michaels, everybody.
Urging systemic change in nutrition amid America's health crisis. Jillian Michaels was on Real Time with Bill Maher maybe a month and a half ago.
Was she good?
She was good, talking about Ozempic, and said that after 18 to 24 months, Ozempic, the body gets used to Ozempic.
Yeah, she
and
developed
it's not as effective, and
it comes back unless you change your entire lifestyle.
All these Ozempic people are going to gain the weight back, she said.
Yeah. Well, unless you change the lifestyle, no diet or anything like that's going to actually work.
And I know people who have had the gastro bypass surgery who then, it's like half their stomach doesn't exist anymore, and then they still
overindulge,
go back to they're big again.
To their lifestyle. Yeah. Because that will stretch.
Yeah.
You can stretch your stomach.
Wow.
And we're back. Yeah, I cracked up. Thinking about playing Weird Al's Just Eat It. Just eat it.
Not bad. So Bad Monkey tonight.
Yes, sir.
The Old Man, another episode of The Old Man drops
That's
today
right.
or tomorrow. Great show.
It is a good show.
Great show.
Yeah. I haven't seen the second season yet.
Yeah,
but I watched
second
the first
season.
one. It was great.
Very good.
I like his daughter. She's a good character.
She's a great. And when do you see?
Yeah, I know. I've seen the
Season
I've
2,
seen the
yeah.
previews for it. But I was impressed with Murders in the Building yesterday. I thought it was a
Yeah.
very good episode, man.
So, and Martin Short's so funny. So he
He's
has so many
hilarious,
lines.
dude.
I laughed out loud.
When he had to put on let me put on my athletic gear.
Yeah.
And him and McEnroe, that was funny.
Yeah. Oh, McEnroe. What a great moment that was. You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
And
It
who's
was-
the guy dating Meryl? Something junk.
Yeah, junk.
Giving her his junk.
Junk. Yeah, it was a good one. And you know what? Eva Longoria is pretty funny as well.
Yeah, it's such a great. It's so well written.
Oh, you know what this weekend is too? Jazz Fest.
Is that right?
Yeah, Hemisphere Park now.
No longer, or in
Travis Park.
Travis Park. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's on it's at the Hemisphere Park now. My wife mentioned it yesterday and said, "Hey, do you want to go?" And I said, "You know, I would say Friday, but I'm busy. I have to do Andy's show
that's
Friday."
right.
So I told her maybe Saturday. I don't know yet.
Yeah. After getting very little sleep on Thursday.
Yeah. On the cover of the Rolling Stone.
And here are some of the stories we're following. Helene is barreling towards Florida with landfall expected tomorrow night. Testimony continues today in the trial of a man accused in the starvation death of his 4-year-old son. And another round of layoffs has been announced at USAA. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny except for a few afternoon clouds, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow and Friday, sunshine both days, low 90s both days. 77 degrees at the Pearl, 77 in Alamo Heights, and 76 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:56.
Mr. T, you know what this song is really about? It is a one-hit wonder. It's National One-Hit Wonder Day. I know the song. I don't know the artist.
Minnie Riperton.
Minnie Riperton.
Yes.
Wow.
We didn't wait for her to hit the high note.
Oh, that's
I
right.
know. Well, I couldn't because glass would be breaking all over town.
She hits that high note almost like Donna Summer. What was it, Donna Summer? When Love to Love You,
Yeah,
Baby.
Love to Love You, Baby.
Donna hit some high notes
Yeah.
in that one.
I like that song.
There's some folklore about that song,
There's
too.
always
I'm just
urban
saying.
legend.
I'm just saying.
Kind of like Love Roller Coaster.
Yeah. Do you know a woman was killed
Yeah,
during the making of
when they
Love
were
Roller-
making that song. Yeah.
Ohio players. All right. I digress. We're asking you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app to win Wembenyama Spurs tickets on Wembenyama Wednesday, a family 4-pack.
Brought to you by Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604.
Thank you for it. They are bringing it. Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604.
Yes, I heard that somewhere.
I said it. I repeated it because they're nice enough to provide the ticket.
And we wanted to thank Hill Country Honda, where you get more on 1604 for
That's true.
providing these tickets.
We can't say it enough.
We can't.
We said it 3 times, and we've narrowed it down to 3.
Yes, we have.
For this hour, we're going to give away another family 4-pack of tickets.
Before the show ends.
Before the show ends.
That's right.
Who are the 3 finalists?
Let's start with Steven.
Hey guys, Stephen from Lotto. And when I have an issue with a coworker, I don't do this perfectly, but I try to practice empathy. Look at it from their side. Maybe it's something I did. Maybe they're being annoying because it's something that I did to them. I don't do it perfectly. Hey, did y'all know that tomorrow is National Slap an Annoying Coworker Day? If you can't figure out who that is in your office, you better call in sick. Have a great day.
Very good, Stephen. That's going to be tough to beat.
All right, here's Nick.
Good morning, guys. Hey, it's Nick. Sitting here thinking about how to deal with an annoying coworker. And I realized I don't really have too many annoying coworkers. Then I thought, hey, if you don't have any annoying coworkers, you're probably the annoying coworker. Anyway, have a great day.
Very good.
I like that.
I think we have a theme going with those first 2. Yeah.
All right, here's the last finalist for this round.
Good morning, WOAI. How y'all doing this morning? This is John from New Braunfels. Hey, I think an annoying employee is one who is negative. I just stay away from them. It's the best I can do because you can have a bad day just because somebody else's negativity. You guys bring a bright day to me, so thank you. Have a wonderful week and weekend.
Oof.
I like John from New Braunfels. This is going to be tough. How do we pick? I like all 3. Charity.
I know. Can we have some that carry over to the next
they
round?
If they don't win this time, they'll be put in the running.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah,
all
we'll
right.
make it easier on us.
All right, Charity, you got to pick one. Stephen from Lytle, Nick, or John from New Braunfels?
I like the message that Stephen brings. Take the high road. It's difficult to do, but it's a good reminder.
Stephen gets a vote.
I'll let you vote second this time.
Again, it's a 3-way tie, but I have to pick one. So I'm going to weasel out, and I'm going to go with Charity. And just because I do like taking the high road, although all of them, John as well was fantastic going high road. So I'm going Stephen from Lytle.
Let's just make it unanimous because I think he should get it
Stephen
too.
from Lytle. We will put Nick and John from
Back in the
Braunfels.
running.
Yes.
Back in the running.
A
But
chance
we've
to
got some
win.
new ones coming in, so they're going to be put in the running for the second 4-pack of Spurs tickets to a preseason game brought to you by Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604.
We will give those away in the 8 o'clock hour, late in the 8 o'clock hour, but keep them coming because we'll play more throughout the morning. Coming at 7:10 on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. Donald Trump spoke yesterday in Savannah, Georgia about the economy. We will listen in 10 minutes. But right now, Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know on this Wednesday morning because WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Florida braces for Helene, and we'll have the latest from the campaign trail. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Wednesday: partly cloudy, a stray shower or storm possible, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 60s. Right now, 75 degrees. Vice President Kamala Harris is set to deliver an economy-focused speech today as manufacturing and the economy was former President Trump's focus yesterday in Savannah, Georgia. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal reports.
Former President Trump said if elected to another term,
I will appoint a manufacturing ambassador whose sole task, and it'll be a great one, will be to go around the world and convince major manufacturers to pack up and move back to America where they want to be.
he told a rally in Savannah, Georgia, that he would work to bring the corporate tax rate down to 15% for manufacturers who promise to make products in the U.S.
You'll be able to write off 100% of the cost of heavy machinery and other equipment in the first year.
He called Vice President Harris a tax queen and said if she's president, companies will leave the U.S. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Meantime, Harris is reportedly planning a trip to the southern border as border security proves to be a key issue. Speaking to Fox News, Texas Republican Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick criticized Harris's record on illegal immigration.
She is conning the American people. She hasn't changed her position at all. I mean, she says she hasn't changed her values, and her values were to get rid of ICE. Her values were to decriminalize people crossing the border illegally.
The potential border visit comes as a Reuters Ipsos poll finds 46% of surveyed voters prefer Trump on immigration, opposed to the 36% who prefer Harris. President Biden is calling for global cooperation to address conflicts and challenges around the world. Here's Fox's Jared Halpern.
Addressing the United Nations General Assembly for the fourth and final time, President Biden told world leaders their test is to make sure forces holding us together are stronger than those pulling us apart.
I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think. We're stronger together than alone.
Before leaving office in January, President Biden will make at least a few more foreign trips. The White House announcing he will travel to Germany next month to support NATO before visiting Angola to strengthen economic ties on the African continent. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Brian Ruth is officially being charged with the attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate. Ruth allegedly camped outside of Trump's West Palm Beach golf course for hours armed with a rifle earlier this month. If convicted, Ruth faces the maximum sentence of life in prison. Florida and the Southeast are bracing for Tropical Storm Helene, which could bring a potentially deadly storm surge, flooding rains, and destructive winds. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is telling residents to prepare.
The fact that this would be forecasted as a major at this point without formation shows that this has a potential to be a really, really significant storm.
Helene's expected to make landfall as a Category 3 storm tomorrow night on Florida's East Coast. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton's last-ditch effort to stop the State Fair of Texas gun ban now lies with the Supreme Court. He says he plans to challenge the latest ruling immediately. LP Phillips has more.
Without comment, the 15th Court of Appeals denied a request by Paxton to overturn a lower court. What it means is the gun ban for now is on the books. The Supreme Court only has 2 days to get the arguments and make a decision. The State Fair successfully argued its ban is not a firearms case, rather a case about private property rights. The fair's board wants to ban the firearms after a shooting wounded 3 last year. A judge in Dallas last week refused to block the new rule from taking effect. The Attorney General has argued that the fair is on public property, and therefore the Fair's board cannot stop citizens from lawfully carrying guns.
A bipartisan bill to crack down on the financing of fentanyl has been signed into law. It calls on the General Accounting Office to do a deep dive on how the drug cartels are laundering the cash.
Understanding the scope and depth of these networks is critical for us stopping the flood of fentanyl.
The bill was co-authored by Texas Republican Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz. She says the synthetic opioids rise is an unprecedented crisis. And a trial is underway for a San Antonio father accused of starving his four-year-old son to death in 2021.
Opening arguments began in Bexar County Court for Brendan Savetta, who could spend the rest of his life in prison if convicted. The boy's stepmother, Miranda Caceres, got 25 years in prison for the same charges in April. 4-year-old Benji was found only wearing a diaper and severely malnourished. Detectives found locks on the refrigerator, pantry, cabinets, and even on Benji's door of the family's apartment. Photos and videos were found of the boy begging for bread and water and shaking uncontrollably. He was even forced to drink hand sanitizer. Signs of abuse were evident on the boy, even though Savetta claimed they were self-inflicted. The trial continues today. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 7:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. It is a Wembanyama Wednesday, and we are giving away a 4-pack of Spurs tickets, a family 4-pack of Spurs tickets. Did we mention, Mr. T, they are compliments of Hill Country Honda? Get more on 1604?
I think you did mention that you do get more on 1604 at Hill Country Honda. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we were clear on that.
Yes.
So coming up, we'll hear more of your. We had an issue with an annoying coworker yesterday who commandeered the conference room.
Yeah, by himself.
When we 5 of us. So let's see, 4, 5, 6 of us.
6 of us. Yes.
We're going to have a regular Tuesday 9:30 a.m. meeting, but.
Yeah, and kind of annoyed us.
It annoyed us. So we're asking you, do you have annoying coworkers and how do you deal with them? But coming up right now in just a moment on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, Donald Trump spoke in Savannah, Georgia about the economy. We'll listen in, but first, your traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies, except for a few afternoon clouds. A straight shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in the mid-90s tomorrow and Friday. Sunshine both days. Low 90s both days. 67 degrees in Kerrville, Texas. 75 in New Braunfels. 76 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 7:10.
San Antonio's first news. It is National One Hit Wonder Day. Mr. T, you're our expert on who's singing these songs.
Men Without Hats.
Men Without Hats.
Not to be confused about the men with hats.
Well, yeah, and there's nothing worse than a grown man wearing a baseball cap backwards.
Yes.
Looking at you, EJ.
Yes, EJ.
Oh, now
And Andrew.
Zimmel turns his backwards. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon this morning. Every weekday morning at this time, it's a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. We span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio. And this morning, the point on the globe we are going to is Savannah, Georgia. Donald Trump was there yesterday speaking about the economy.
Under Kamala Harris, U.S. Steel is now being sold to Japan. I will stop it. We got to do fast. We got to work fast, but we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let U.S. Steel. 70 years ago, the greatest company on earth, U.S. Steel. Now it's going to be sold off like it was nothing. We're not going to let that happen. We'll build it up. We'll make it strong, but we're not going to let that happen. But with the vision I'm outlining today, not only will we stop our businesses from leaving for foreign lands, but under my leadership, we're going to take other countries' jobs. Did you ever hear that expression before? Have you ever heard that we're going to take other countries' jobs? It's never been stated before. We're going to take their factories, and we had it really rocking 4 years ago. We're going to bring thousands and thousands of businesses and trillions of dollars in wealth back to the good old USA. That's what we're going to be doing it, and doing it fast. And under my plan, American workers will no longer be worried about losing your jobs to foreign nations. Instead, foreign nations will be worried about losing their jobs to America. Going to bring them back. And it won't even be difficult. Your only worry will be deciding which job to take. There will be plenty of them. That will be your biggest problem. Darling, which company should I go with? We're going to bring them back, and we're going to bring them back at levels not to be believed, but you'll believe it in about 2 years from now. You're going to say, wow, that happened fast. You're going to have so many companies wanting to come in because this is where the money is. It won't be if we keep running it like we have for the last 4 years.
Former President Donald Trump speaking in Savannah, Georgia yesterday. And I got to say, Charity, that's a pretty powerful message. We're going to be taking jobs away from other countries. For so long, we've heard about and witnessed jobs, American jobs going into other countries. To go on the offensive and go after those jobs in other countries is a pretty novel idea.
Yeah, and as we are entering the home stretch into the November 5th election, you're hearing former President Trump talk more about the economy, jobs. That's a hot button issue with voters right now. He's polling better than VP Kamala Harris on that topic, as well as immigration. So you're going to have these two candidates pouring millions of dollars in advertising in these battleground states, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, Arizona. I guess the twist here is, can Kamala Harris win this election when you consider, I guess, a new poll that shows she's having a commanding lead over Trump when it comes to young voters showing their support for Harris. She has like a 31-point lead over Trump right now.
I'm just glad to finally hear one of the candidates actually talk about one of their policies.
Yeah.
It's refreshing. I wish we would hear more of that. Look, they're the undecided voters are the ones that they're really trying to reach. People who have made up their mind. We already know what's going on.
And whether you like him or not, I go back to James Carville running the Clinton campaign in 1992, and his adage, "It's the economy, stupid," I think is one of the most crystal clear messages in American politics, and it almost always proves to be true.
And that's why anything can change between now and the next 40 days. It's just been such a volatile election year. So many twists and turns. You got to wonder what's going to happen next.
All right, lots coming up. In fact, we're going to hear more from the people.
Yes.
Advice on how to coexist with
Annoying coworkers.
Because
everybody's got them.
Well,
everybody's got them.
Everybody's got them. Yeah. So we're going to hear from you, and we're bribing you with a family 4-pack of Spurs tickets from Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time 716. Good morning, MJ. Welcome in. Tim, Eric, Tommy, Travis, Sleepy, MJ, Connie.
Everybody.
Hi, everybody.
All right, here's what she's looking for.
National One Hit Wonder Day. Charity, can you name the artist?
The outfield.
The outfield.
Very good. Do you know what the song is really about?
He just wants to use her love, and he likes
Tonight?
his girls a little bit older.
Yes.
So
He does like his girls a little bit older.
Nothing wrong with that.
See, and actually, I was a big outfield fan, and they have another song called "Winning It All." And when the Spurs won their first championship, I played that song a lot.
Are you saying they're not a one-hit wonder?
I don't think they ever really had a hit. This was the closest
That's
thing
a
they had
pretty
to a
big
hit.
hit.
That was it.
gets lots of play.
All right.
Okay.
We'll take it. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Helene is expected to make landfall on Florida's East Coast as a Category 3 hurricane tomorrow night. Ryan Ruth is officially being charged with the attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate. And UTSA says it plans to stay in the American Athletic Conference despite reported interest from the Pac-12. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies, except for a few afternoon clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow and Friday, sunshine both days. Highs in the low 90s both days. 77 degrees at Randolph Air Force Base. 77 in Cibolo and 75 now here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 721.
San Antonio's first news. Normally at this time, we check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. However, Mike Opelka is a man in demand. He is filling in for a radio station in Florida right now that is in the crosshairs of tropical storm, soon to be Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, he was going to try to come on with us today, tomorrow, and Friday, but he is in Florida, and as he said, he's just too busy, can't break away to come on with us.
They're doing live coverage as they get ready for that hurricane. But we do have some Mike Opelka OpelkaCon news.
Yes, I talked to him just briefly this morning, and he's already getting a lot of emails from people in San Antonio wanting more information on OpelkaCon. So people are getting excited about this.
And I think I can reveal safely that October 24th. We don't have the exact time yet,
but we've got a ballpark.
It'll be early afternoon or
in
in the afternoon at La Hacienda de los Barrios. And Charity, I'm seeing on television, it is the 45th anniversary of Los Barrios and La Hacienda de los Barrios, the amazing family. And I know Louis Barrios very, very well, and the matriarch, the late, great Viola Barrios. Just such a great family and such a great restaurant and number of restaurants they've had here in San Antonio.
And, you know, with Mike Opelka living on the East Coast, he's been jonesing for some good Mexican cuisine, and La Hacienda is the place to go. It's absolutely delicious. So he is going to get a taste of home for the OpelkaCon.
He's excited, man.
I love that place. I love the patio as well. And we're going to be on the patio.
We're going to have a party on the patio.
We're a party on the patio October 24th. Mark it down. We'll get you more information. All right, let's listen to the people. Do you have annoying coworkers? How do they annoy you? And how do you handle annoying coworkers? 4 Spurs tickets.
4 Spurs tickets brought to you by Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. Here's the storyteller.
Morning, it's the storyteller. I sure don't have to tell y'all about annoying coworkers. Listen, all you got to do is be patient, ignore them for a while, never ever call them by their first name, and eventually they'll just go away. I mean, after all, how often do y'all see Parker now? Twice a week. Y'all have a good day.
Oh, no, you didn't. Wow.
Is a storyteller have something against Charlie Parker?
I don't know.
Is the storyteller insinuating?
I think he is.
Charlie Parker is an annoying coworker?
I think he is. That's what he's trying to say. Here's another one.
Good morning, guys. In my past, there have been a few coworkers that are really annoying intentionally, but most of them are annoying and don't even realize it. So the best way to solve it is act like them for a week. 1 week, do what they do what they say. And at the end of the week, let them know what you've done. And hopefully it'll be like looking in a mirror. They'll realize how annoying they've been, and maybe they'll stop.
Wow.
That's brilliant.
That is.
Act like if you have an annoying coworker, act like them for a week.
Wow, that's a good one.
I've never heard that before.
No, I like it.
There are those that are just so oblivious, though, that
That's true.
you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
It might not work.
but it's worth a try.
I really like that one. All right. Keep them coming. We're going to pick one before the end of the show in the 8 o'clock hour and give away a family 4-pack of Spurs tickets brought to you by Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. Coming up, it is looking dangerous in Florida. Tallahassee might be in the crosshairs of tropical storm soon to become Hurricane Helene. We'll go to Florida live with national correspondent Rory O'Neill at 7:40 WOAI News Time, 726.
And we're back.
That was
And we're back.
hey.
Is Fat Albert.
Eric, yes, La Hacienda,
Good
La
luck,
Hacienda
Travis.
is on Redland Road, not far from the radio station.
Oh, Donnie Iris. Love that one. Aliyah.
I'm still mad at the
Voices of
storyteller.
Babylon was great, man.
Storyteller stood up Kemper and Jolene.
Yeah.
I'm
I
just saying.
left. It was too hot. Da-ba-doo-da-ba-boom-ba-dee-da-doo. Okay.
All righty. Woohoo. Did I mention the Houston Astros have won
You know?
the American League West?
If you didn't, you need to.
Woo!
Yeah, I was a little concerned. Seattle's been playing good.
Yeah. And I was looking at the locker room talk. Seattle once had a 10-game lead
I know.
on the
I
Astros
know.
earlier in the season.
Well, you remember the Astros started out like crap.
Yes.
They had a very bad beginning of the season.
Yeah.
I shall return.
All right.
I'll leave the mics on for you for once.
Thank you. I'll talk to the people. When Charity talks, I might turn them off. We'll see. Eric, Sleepy, Tim, Travis, Echo 5 Hotel. Anybody else who's in here, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm looking at the TV. You see it, Missions Stadium on the left, talking about building a baseball stadium for the Missions. I am not excited about minor league baseball. I mean, God bless the Missions and everybody who works for them. And God bless anybody who loves baseball. I love baseball, but I love Major League Baseball. I remember on his first run for mayor, Ron Nierenberg, somebody brought up Major League Baseball to him, or minor league baseball, and he said, I don't see us as a minor league city. I see us as a major league city. I think if we're going to build a stadium, let's build a Major League Baseball worthy stadium. Let's go get a Major League Baseball team. Obviously, baseball is different than basketball, but I think we've proved with the Spurs that we can support a major league team. And I'm old enough to remember when the Spurs first came to town, there were people who said, it'll never work. This is not a basketball town. This is a football town. We love our football in this town. And they said, besides, the Spurs, that's not even the NBA. It's the ABA, which is true. It was. but the city supported the Spurs, and 3 years later, the Spurs merged into the NBA. I just think we need to think big. And even if you need to join forces with Austin and build it in between here and Austin, fine. I'm not down with minor league baseball. It's cute, it's adorable, but I don't think it's worth all this effort that's being put into a minor league stadium.
Just if you want to do it, spend money on Wolf.
Now, as we know, Manu Ginobili, David Robinson, some big names in this town are now investors in the Mission. So it's hard saying no to those people, but I just wish they were in a project to bring Major League Baseball here. Stretch a little bit.
Your weather forecast for this Wednesday, partly cloudy, a stray shower or storm possible, a high near 95. Tonight's low near 68. Right now, 75 degrees. While campaigning in the swing state of Georgia, former President Trump discussed the tax plan he will implement if he wins back the White House, as well as putting a focus on American manufacturing. Trump also made a prediction for the upcoming election.
42 days from now, we are going to win the state of Georgia. We are going to defeat Comrade Kamala Harris, and we are going to make America great again.
Meantime, VP Harris has decided to skip the Al Smith dinner and campaign instead. Speaking to Fox's Hannity, Republican National Committee co-chair Laura Trump claims the dinner would be a risky move for her.
There's a very obvious reason she cannot go to the Al Smith dinner. They can't control Kamala Harris there. They don't know. There's too many unknowns, too many variables, too many normal people she might interact with.
Harris holds on to a 2-point lead ahead of Trump in the latest Fox News poll surveying national registered voters. President Biden addressed the UN General Assembly yesterday for the final time as president. During his remarks, Biden explained why he was not running for re-election.
Being president has been the honor of my life. There's so much more I want to get done. As much as I love the job, I love my country more. I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward.
Biden discussed the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East during his remarks, calling for Israel and Hamas to agree to a ceasefire and hostage deal. He also doubled down on his support for Ukraine and their defense against Russia. Tropical storm Helene is rapidly approaching the Gulf of Florida, and the surrounding areas are under a hurricane watch. Fox Weather's Steve Bender has the latest predictions on the evolution of the storm.
A monster storm, one that is rapidly intensifying. You're going to hear that phrase because of the strength that's going to undergo. So Tropical Storm Helene right now going towards the Yucatan. It's going to hit the channel between the Yucatan Peninsula and western Cuba, and then it's going to curve back around, hit the eastern Gulf. By Thursday evening, expected landfall in the Big Bend region, 115 miles per hour. That means a Category 3 hurricane. That's a major hurricane. A big component of this is not only the intensity, but how large Helene is expected to become, over 400 miles wide.
The larger storm system is, the more energy it pulls from the Gulf, which could raise the sea level roughly 15 feet and cause major flooding in coastal areas. Testimony continues today in the trial of a man accused in the starvation death of his 4-year-old son. Brandon Cervera is charged with injury to a child. His ex-wife, Miranda Cazares, was convicted of the same crime earlier this year. Benjamin Cervera died in 2021 in an autopsy found that he had starved to death. Cervera and Caceres were both arrested and charged with injury to a child. Yesterday, the jury heard opening arguments in which the prosecution and defense disagreed about the boy's cause of death. If convicted, Brandon Cervera faces up to life in prison. Texas AG Ken Paxton's last-ditch effort to stop the State Fair of Texas gun ban now lies with the Supreme Court. He says he plans to challenge the latest ruling immediately. LP Phillips has more.
Without comment, the 15th Court of Appeals denied a request by Paxton to overturn a lower court. What it means is the gun ban for now is on the books. The Supreme Court only has 2 days to get the arguments and make a decision. The State Fair successfully argued its ban is not a firearms case, rather a case about private property rights. The fair's board wants to ban the firearms after a shooting wounded 3 last year. A judge in Dallas last week refused to block the new rule from taking effect. The Attorney General has argued that the fair is on public property, and therefore the fair's board cannot stop citizens from lawfully carrying guns.
A man convicted of killing his baby boy has been executed in Texas. Prison officials in Huntsville say 38-year-old Travis Mullis was put to death by lethal injection last night. Mullis is the 4th Texas inmate to be executed this year. He was arrested in 2008 for killing his 3-month-old son. Authorities say he sexually assaulted the baby and crushed his skull before leaving the body on a roadside in Galveston. A newly published report says there's likely a link between COVID and diabetes. It suggests the virus is creating inflammation in the pancreas.
And in the effort to take care of the virus, our own immune cells are destroying the cells that produce insulin.
Baylor infectious disease expert Dr. Peter Hotez says this study comes as a growing number of parents question the impact of COVID on kids. Many are not getting them the latest vaccination, and he hopes this new report will change that. Singer-songwriter Johnny Cash is being memorialized in Washington. Fox's Chad Pergram has more.
Statues of presidents, inventors, and civil rights leaders dot the U.S. Capitol, but now there's a musician. The Man in Black. When unveiled, the bronze statue representing Cash's home state of Arkansas all but said, "Hello, I'm Johnny Cash." It features the singer clasping a Bible, Cash's signature Martin D35 guitar slung across his back. Cash's sister Joanne, who is blind, touched the statue of her brother for several moments, now memorialized for the ages. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check of your money and the world of business, Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Well, Florida is in the crosshairs of Tropical Storm Helene, which will become, in almost all certainty, Hurricane Helene. Let's talk about it. Let's go to Florida and talk about this big story with national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Rory, what is the latest on Tropical Storm Helene?
Well, Helene is expected to reach hurricane status by the time the National Hurricane Center gives its next update in a couple of hours. It's right on the cusp now as the center of the storm is about to enter the Gulf of Mexico. The waters in the Gulf, by the way, right now about 86 to 88 degrees. That is just fuel for this storm. It's going to get better organized and very powerful, very fast. It's expected to make landfall. The eye will make landfall in Florida's Big Bend area, probably tomorrow evening, Thursday night. But because this storm is so big, most of the Florida peninsula will be feeling its effects long before that. We're talking tomorrow morning.
And Rory, considering this is expected to be a major hurricane, how long are residents expected to be without power?
Yeah, this could be a while. What's also remarkable is that this storm is so strong and it should be moving fast enough when it makes landfall. It may still be a hurricane when it hits Atlanta. They'll certainly get some hurricane wind gusts and that kind of thing, but this may actually still retain its hurricane status when hitting Atlanta, which is pretty remarkable so far inland. They are pre-positioning power response crews from, I think, 9 different states right now. Essentially, they put them in places like Jacksonville or Pensacola, places that won't be hit directly by the storm. But then as soon as it clears, those trucks can roll into the damaged areas, especially places like Tallahassee, which I think could get hit pretty hard here.
And Rory, you've been in Florida for a while, and it seems like in the past few years, Florida's getting hit by more than, I guess, normal hurricanes. You know, you're getting hit by a lot of them. Do you ever really get used to it?
Yeah, well, not when they're a Cat 3. Like we all sort of joke at Cat 1 and Cat 2, although we shouldn't. Let me put that out there. There's like, oh, it's a Cat 1 hurricane. Let's have a party. But Cat 3, you start going, uh-oh. And then it's also the expense of it all.
Yeah.
These things, if they hit near you, either you are evacuated, so now you're spending money on a hotel, the house is damaged, the car is damaged. You know, we have hurricane deductibles here that are 2 to 5% of the value of the house. Now that the house, in many cases, that you bought for $150 is now worth $450, that means it's a $9,000 to $10,000 just the deductible. You know, so now like it's the expense of these things that's now getting pretty scary these days, as all of us is sort of going paycheck to paycheck, and we certainly don't need a $10,000 hit.
Rory, you mentioned landfall in the Big Bend area, but we talked to another meteorologist earlier this morning, and he said Tallahassee, which you just mentioned as well, is positioned on the wrong side of this hurricane. They could get hit pretty badly. How prepared is Tallahassee at this moment?
Well, I mean, they're doing the best they can. And the mayor, I just heard an interview with the mayor who said they've been bracing for this for a couple of days. Actually, Tallahassee's gotten clipped by a couple of hurricanes rather recently, including Debbie earlier this year. And it sounds crass, but those hurricanes can do a lot of good tree trimming for you. So what happens is the tree has already been trimmed. So they actually, because it's already been hit or grazed by some of these earlier storms, in some cases, a lot of the prep work has already been done. It's these areas that aren't frequently hit. When they do suddenly get this hurricane, every old branch starts coming down, and a down tree or a down branch, that means a down power line, and that's what takes so long to repair. So the fact that Tallahassee's been grazed by a few of these things, Mother Nature's been doing a lot of pruning there already for about a year and a half now.
So, Rory, aside from the damaging wind, storm surge, heavy rainfall, what are the other big threats the storm potentially poses?
Well, this is another inconvenient one, and it's going to be to air travel. If this thing hits Atlanta near hurricane status, that's big. Obviously, the operation for Delta. Southwest also has major operations to Atlanta. It'll be on a Friday. Air travel could really feel the whack from this one because of the path of this storm.
So many things to keep an eye on. Our thanks to national correspondent Rory O'Neill. We will bring you the latest on what will become Hurricane Helene. And as Rory mentions, as early as tomorrow morning, could be doing damage in the Florida area. Much more coming up, and somebody's going to win Spurs tickets, a family 4-pack of Spurs tickets courtesy of Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. We're asking you, do you have annoying coworkers and how do we deal with them? We'll talk about that coming up. WOAI News Time, 7:45.
And we're back.
Woo!
Okay, they're coming in droves now.
My
man.
God.
It's gonna
SWAT Cats, Mag 71,
be hard to
89.
get to all of them. We will do our damnedest.
Yes. Eric, Tim, Jacob.
Huh. Yeah, see, if you're going to upgrade Wolf Stadium, it won't cost you that much.
Yeah.
I mean, look, why put the
For
emphasis
minor league baseball.
downtown?
Yeah.
Not
And
no.
I keep hearing, well, Nashville has it.
Well, we're
So
not
what?
Nashville.
Yeah, I've been to Nashville.
We're not Nashville.
Yeah. And when I went to Nashville, I went for the Eclipse in 2017. I stayed in Nashville. I wasn't interested in going to a minor league baseball game at their very
think,
nice downtown stadium.
and I just think there's other things you could do with that land downtown that they want to put that minor league baseball stadium on that would be better for the whole city.
Agree.
And if you really are interested in minor league baseball that much, you've got a stadium, put some money into that, and it'll be a lot cheaper than $160 million.
Agree.
So, and I know people don't like driving out there, but if you're a minor league baseball fan, you're going to go.
And go drive, yeah.
Yeah. And thinking if you put it downtown is going to attract more fans to the games, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
If they're not going now, what makes you think they're going to go then with no parking?
Yeah.
There's parking at Wolf Stadium.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, let's go be inconvenienced on parking to watch a minor league baseball
See, I just
game.
don't see it being cost effective. I just don't see it being a good idea. And I like baseball, but, come on. If I really want to go, I'll drive to the Wolf. It's like going home for me. I grew up over there. So, that's. Okay. Just to throw it to her.
Yes.
56.
Okay.
No, 57. Let's go 57. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 57. 50. Chuck, I'm not, but thanks for your concern.
SWAT Cat says, I've been in Cat 2 and Cat 3 hurricanes, and both of those names are retired. Can't read the first one. Inky?
That's what it says. I don't
Inky
remember
and
Inky.
Floyd. I don't remember Inky.
No.
April Lancira, everybody.
Yeah. Only problem is have you seen the price of new cars? My God.
It's insane.
Oh my God.
I'm praying to God my 2013 vehicle continues to hold up.
Well, my theory behind that is if you keep the maintenance up on it, it will.
Yeah.
I am a big proponent of that. My wife's got a 2010 and it's got 260,000 miles on it. And it still runs fantastic. It's a Toyota RAV4.
Nice.
Get inside, it looks brand new.
Fantastic.
Because we don't drive it, man.
Yeah.
She's the only one who drives it. I don't like driving it, period. Stand by, Chris.
San Antonio's first news. We will hear from you, from the people. Do you have annoying coworkers, and how do you handle them? And we're giving away Spurs tickets for our favorite. But first, Charity, what stories are you following?
Tropical storm Helene will soon become a hurricane. President Biden gave his final address to the UN General Assembly, saying he believes the world is at another inflection point. And a 38-year-old man is now the fourth Texas death row inmate to be executed this year. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny except for a few afternoon clouds, a stray shower or thunderstorm possible, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow and Friday, sunny both days, highs in the low 90s both days. 77 degrees in Leon Valley, 75 at the Snake Farm, 76 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 7:52.
San Antonio's first news. It is National One Hit Wonder Day.
Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Sir Mix-a-Lot.
The
Yes.
remix.
Yes.
Is this his only hit?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I've heard of Sir Mix-a-Lot, but
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I don't know the Sir Mix-a-Lot catalog.
Now, Chris, do you know what the song's about?
Something about
He likes
the,
big butts. He cannot lie.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I wanted to get Bob Guthrie in the studio to just read the lyrics. When I almost had him talked into it at one time because it would have been fantastic.
A missed opportunity.
Yeah, so if you don't remember Bob Guthrie, he had a great voice.
He was
Yeah.
amazing. The late, great Bob Guthrie. Coming up at 8:10, national correspondent Aaron Real. At work, if you use Teams or Slack or Google Chat, you got to watch what you say on those. You could be getting in trouble with your employer.
Rutro.
We'll explore that coming up at 8:10. But your coworkers is what we're talking about right now. Do you have annoying coworkers, and what's the best way to deal with them? We're going to pick our favorite before the show's over and give a family 4-pack of tickets to a Spurs preseason game. Compliments of Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604.
Let's go to the people.
Good morning, WI crew. Tabmaster here. Well, back in the day when I worked construction, the most annoying guy on the job site was a guy that stood around and talked to everybody way too much. Couldn't turn that wrench and talk at the same time. So I would just wait until he was standing around talking to everybody and then just go and mention how much of a company man this guy was. And everybody kind of looked at me like there's no way they could agree. And I would just say, yeah, always standing around keeping everybody company. Y'all have a great day.
Very nice.
All right, let's go out to Blanco.
Good morning, crew. Jerry from Blanco. So it's me, the Aggie, versus the ops manager of the Longhorn. I have the advantage because I have the sign making machinery. So I make a bunch of little signs that say gig 'em, and I put them everywhere in his life, on his chair, on his computer, on his car window, which they are removable, but he finds them everywhere, on his door.
So I'm thinking that Jerry is the annoying coworker. Just
Yes,
saying.
But I
like it.
I love me a good rivalry,
Oh,
and
yeah.
the Longhorn Aggie rivalry is all kinds of fun.
Yeah, that's all in good fun.
All in good fun. All right, let's check in with the wheelchair warrior.
This is the wheelchair warrior in New Braunfels. When I was on board ship in the Navy, all the new ones that came on board, we called them newbies, were very annoying. So when we crossed the international date line, the captain would come on the announcements and say, for all you new ones on board ship, we are now crossing international date line. It can be clearly seen on the port side. That's how we dealt with them.
Very nice.
All right, here's another one.
How do I deal with annoying coworkers? Well, I go every couple of weeks and buy a bunch of sodas, make sure they're all caffeinated so they don't come in and bother me and bother somebody else.
It's kind of mean.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. All right, let's check in with our rideshare guy.
Good morning, it's the rideshare guy. I had an annoying coworker that sat right behind me at work, and she was very annoying on both ends, if you get my drift. So one day I decided to not come into work, and I had to tell my boss why, and she was cracking up. So they ended up moving me to a different area so that way I wouldn't be smelling her farts.
Oh!
Have a good day.
That's an annoying coworker.
Wow. I thought that was where he was going, but I wasn't sure. And
Wow.
then he made sure we knew where he.
Wow.
So gross.
All right, one last one before.
Oh,
we hit
my
the break.
goodness.
That's hard to beat.
Good morning. This is April in New Braunfels. When I have a coworker that is just too much to handle, I walk away and remind myself that I would not look good in a prison jumpsuit. Have a great day.
That is great.
What thoughts have crossed your mind exactly? I'm
You
curious.
know?
Orange is the new black. All right. Big 8 o'clock hour coming up. Charity's got all the big stories you need to know about on this Wednesday morning. The national correspondent, Aaron Real, with some news you can use if you're an employee concerned about your employer hearing what you're saying about them. WOAI News Time, 7:57.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
I like April's. That was good.
April was good. April was very good. Best tacos in Austin. Why would you?
Okay.
You're a San Antonio
Get out.
television
Get
station.
out.
Why the hell would you do that?
Yeah, that's not cool, dude. Know your audience, please.
Yeah. Eric, Echo, Tim, Sleepy, Tommy,
Echo,
Mad,
Echo,
7189. SWATcast. Welcome in.
Echo. Ooh, hello. Who's that? Sleepy doesn't like the vapors are turning Japanese.
8:01 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Florida braces for Helene, and we'll have the latest from the campaign trail. Details coming up. First, traffic and the weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Wednesday, partly cloudy, could see a stray shower or storm, a high near 95, tonight's low in the upper 60s. Get a move on, it is 73 degrees. Vice President Kamala Harris is set to deliver an economy-focused speech today as manufacturing and the economy was former President Trump's focus yesterday in Savannah, Georgia. Here's Fox's Jessica Rosenthal.
Former President Trump said if elected to another term,
I will appoint a manufacturing ambassador whose sole task, and it'll be a great one, will be to go around the world and convince major manufacturers to pack up and move back to America where they want to be.
he told a rally in Savannah, Georgia, that he would work to bring the corporate tax rate down to 15% for manufacturers who promise to make products in the U.S.
You'll be able to write off 100% of the cost of heavy machinery and other equipment in the first year.
He called Vice President Harris a tax queen and said if she's president, companies will leave the U.S. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Meantime, Harris is reportedly planning a trip to the southern border as immigration proves to be a key issue for voters. Speaking to Fox News, Texas Republican Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick criticized Harris's record on illegal immigration.
She is conning the American people. She hasn't changed her position at all. I mean, she says she hasn't changed her values, and her values were to get rid of ICE. Her values were to decriminalize people crossing the border illegally.
The potential border visit comes after a Reuters Ipsos poll finds 46% of surveyed voters prefer Trump on immigration, opposed to the 36% who prefer Harris. President Biden is calling for global cooperation to address conflicts and challenges around the world. Here's Fox's Jared Halpern.
Addressing the United Nations General Assembly for the fourth and final time, President Biden told world leaders their test is to make sure forces holding us together are stronger than those pulling us apart.
I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think. We're stronger together than alone.
Before leaving office in January, President Biden will make at least a few more foreign trips. The White House announcing he will travel to Germany next month to support NATO before visiting Angola to strengthen economic ties on the African continent. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Florida and the Southeast are bracing for Tropical Storm Helene, which could bring a potentially deadly storm surge, flooding, rains, and destructive winds. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is telling residents to prepare.
The fact that this would be forecasted as a major at this point without formation shows that this has a potential to be a really, really significant storm.
Helene's expected to make landfall on Florida's East Coast tomorrow night as a Category 3 hurricane. A man convicted of killing his baby boy has been executed in Texas. Prison officials in Huntsville say Travis Mullis was put to death by lethal injection last evening. Mullis is the fourth Texas inmate to be executed this year. He was arrested in 2008 for killing his 3-month-old son. Authorities say he sexually assaulted the baby and crushed his skull before leaving the body on a roadside in Galveston. Now that an appeals court has turned down the AG's request to block the new gun ban at the State Fair of Texas, he says he's taking it to the Texas Supreme Court. LP Phillips has more.
The 15th Court of Appeals made fast work without comment, rejecting Paxton's arguments 5 hours after receiving the last batch of legal papers. The case is over the fair's decision to ban guns following last year's shooting that wounded 3. Last week, a judge in Dallas refused to block the rule. It's the fair's argument that as a not-for-profit, it is independent of the government and has the right to ban guns. The papers say this is a private property rights dispute, not a fight over firearms. It's the Attorney General's claim that law-abiding citizens should not be denied the right to carry firearms to the fair. The fair starts Friday.
Pro Football Hall of Fame quarterback Brett Favre revealed during a congressional hearing that he has been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. The 54-year-old was testifying before the House Ways Committee about his efforts to secure funds for Prevacus, a company making concussion drugs, when he revealed the news.
Sadly, I also lost an investment in a company that I believed was developing a breakthrough concussion drug I thought would help others. And I'm sure you'll understand why it's too late for me, because I've recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's.
Favre has previously stated he believes he suffered more than 1,000 concussions during his 20-year career in the NFL. It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon. Big 8 o'clock hour. Somebody's going to win a family 4-pack of Spurs tickets to an upcoming preseason game. It's Wembenyama Wednesday, and we're getting your talkbacks on coworkers, annoying coworkers, and how you deal with them. But coming right up, we're going to talk about the workplace, and the employers may be learning more about you than you would like. National correspondent Aaron Real will have that story for us coming right up. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Sunny, except for a few afternoon clouds, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the mid 90s. Tomorrow and Friday, sunny skies both days, highs in the low 90s both days. 75 degrees in New Braunfels, 77 in Leon Valley, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 810.
San Antonio's first news. Here at iHeartRadio, we use Microsoft Teams to communicate. Some people use Google Chat. Some use Slack. Well, maybe there's some things we should know about using these platforms to communicate with other employees. Let's talk about it with national correspondent Aaron Real. Aaron, what do you know about this, and what should we know about this?
We should know, do not gripe. Do not gripe on these platforms about your employer. Don't do it. Do it elsewhere. And the reason for that is because there should be zero expectation for privacy on these platforms. In many industries, ours included actually, because we're on public airways, they're regulated in ways that you might not assume, but like definitely finance, definitely insurance. And they have to keep a record of all chat logs. So your chat logs, they can be reviewed by IT administrators, human resource representatives, potentially even managers. And AI, with the advent of it, it can summarize employee meetings, emails, chats, all of it. It can do it pretty quickly, and then it can pick up keywords. It's actually kind of creepy. It can take like the emotional temperature of a workforce in Slack channels. So if you want to whine about your employer, which we all do some days, not me, of course, not you guys, but if one needs to, do not do it on a company productivity. Do it the good old-fashioned way. Go get a cocktail or a coffee and talk to someone you trust.
Aaron, generally, are employers doing this because an issue arises that requires further investigation, or is this being done just because they can?
That is a good question, because the idea that like everything is being looked at, yes, it is. And now with AI, it's actually being sifted through via AI, artificial intelligence, for keywords and malfeasance. The majority of the cases, you're doing nothing wrong. It's when there's like a reason to look into it. Now, could you be swept up but having like congruent circles with someone who is doing something wrong? Yes, possibly. That is possible, which is why it's important. Because we use these all the time. Like you said, we use Microsoft Teams. You get really comfortable with it. Anything you have such familiarity with, you kind of let your familiarity fly. And that doesn't always fly when it comes to your employer.
All right, I'm not asking this for me. I'm asking it for a friend of mine. What if you are complaining at work and let's say that they're bugging your office or your building and they hear what you're saying? Is there anything that they can do? I mean, can they legally use that against you? Like I said, I'm asking for a friend, not for me.
You know what? I would talk to a privacy lawyer about that. I think if you're on their property, they can do that. They can absolutely do that. Like in some states, this is where like state and federal law diverge. Like you can't do that, or you need to make the person aware that you're recording them. But no, like for the most part, I think living in today's modern world, the expectation of privacy should be minimal at best for most things. And then if you proceed with that, you're probably going to be safe.
All right, I'll let my friend know. Thank you.
Yes, good. Let them know.
Great stuff. Our thanks to national correspondent Aaron Real. As we roll forward, speaking of the workplace, we're talking about annoying coworkers. Do you have them, and how do you deal with them? Somebody, before this hour is over, is going to win a family 4-pack of tickets to a Spurs preseason game brought to us by Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. Coming right up. WOAI News Time, 8:14.
Get your fingers under there to open it.
just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And then we will hear some more helpful hints on how to deal with an annoying coworker. But first, she's never annoying. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Helene is expected to be a Cat 3 hurricane before making landfall tomorrow night in Florida. The Texas AG continues to fight the gun ban at the State Fair of Texas. And for the fourth time in as many years, the Houston Astros clinched the American League West Division. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny, except for a few afternoon clouds. A stray shower thunderstorm is possible. Highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow and Friday, sunshine. Highs in the low 90s. It is 73 degrees in Leon Valley, 73 in Alamo Heights, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 820.
Bill Conti, a one-hit wonder?
Has he done anything else?
All kinds of motion picture soundtracks. And
But this was
songs.
really the only one that was a hit.
All right.
Because this went in mainstream.
Okay. It's a national one-hit wonder day. The theme from Rocky, Bill Conti, now classified as a one-hit wonder.
It is.
I did not know that. Hi-yo. Hi-yo. You are correct, sir. All right. Coming up at 8:40, Joe Pags with a preview of the Joe Pags Show. He's got another big guest this afternoon. He'll tell us who it is. All right. Now, this all started yesterday.
Yes.
After the show, it was our regular Tuesday meeting. Andrew Zimmel reserved the big conference room. We go in there and we have a Microsoft Teams meeting.
Yes.
With the
But we don't complain about our employers.
We never complained. Not on the Teams meeting. With the boss man, Terry Fox. So we're about to stroll in there at about 9:25. And in this gigantor conference room with the door closed, one sales dude is in there having his own Microsoft Teams meeting. Very animated, by the way.
Yeah, he was.
Flailing his arms and expressing himself. So we were polite and we did not barge in there and go, hey, this is our, we reserved this conference room.
Yeah, get out.
So we were polite. We took the high road and scurried into the studio and had our Teams meeting there. So we were annoyed.
Yes.
So we're asking you for a chance to win Spurs tickets, a family 4-pack of tickets to a preseason game from Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. Do you have annoying coworkers, and how do you deal with them?
And Chris, if this is any indication, yes, people have a lot of annoying coworkers. Here is our pool guy.
Good morning, y'all. Your pool guy, Marco. So the way I deal with my annoying coworker is I pretend I don't hear her. I've got my headphones on, and then I take my headphones off, and I say, what? And she gets so upset that I didn't hear her, which I did. Then she doesn't talk to me anymore. Anyway, we own our own business, and my employee is my wife. Y'all have a good one.
He buried the lead.
Yeah. You think we could use that one here in radio with the headphones, you know, but
I had my
doesn't work
headphones
out.
on.
Yeah.
I might just keep these headphones on after the show. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Walking around the building with them on. Yeah.
No, I
It's a
can't
good
hear you.
look, by the way. All right, here's another one.
Good morning, guys. This is Ed. I've had some annoying coworkers in my time, but I've learned to kill them with kindness. Coffee Wednesday, donut Friday. That seems to do the trick most of the time. At the end of the day, we're just all trying to collect the paycheck and go home to our families. But 9 times out of 10, their crappy attitude and work ethic pretty much leads them out the door.
Yeah.
Kill them with kindness, taking the high road. I like that.
And then eventually they will leave.
Eventually.
Eventually.
Or will they?
That's true. Sometimes they just keep coming back. All right, here's another one.
Good morning, WAI. This is Casey from San Antonio, Texas. Love your guys' show. Listen to it every morning. Fun fact about annoying coworkers that everybody needs to know and hear. If you do not have an annoying coworker, guess what? You're the annoying coworker. Have a great Wednesday.
Thank you, Casey.
Great reminder.
Yeah, luckily we've got annoying coworkers, so that means it's not Tim or Charity or me.
At least as far as we know.
Yeah, now EJ, on the other hand, with his San Francisco 49ers gear.
Sometimes that's annoying.
No, it's sometimes. We let it go. We kill him with kindness.
Yes, we do. All right, here's one more.
Morning, y'all. Bill from East Texas. I'm retired now, so my coworker is not annoying. However, when I was working, we always had Employee of the Month put up. Well, we had a couple of bad eggs, so we put the PIA of the month up and kind of stopped a lot of it. Have a good day.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what PIA is.
PIA of the month. Employee of the PIA. Charity, do we know what?
I'm racking my brain on that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. I was thinking something else, would have.
Yeah, I can think of some other initials that he could have used.
Some more,
Person irritating. I don't know.
I'm trying to think here.
Oh, okay.
All right, here's one more.
Yeah, this is Sam from Odessa. Years ago, I was working at something called a pectin plant outside of Vero Beach, Florida. Somebody kept stealing my friend's brownies. They stole them Monday and Tuesday. But on Wednesday, they stole it one last time and never again, seeing how it was 85% chocolated X-Lax.
Oh!
Nobody ever touched.
Oh.
It's
That
just
sounds
wrong
messy.
in so many ways.
Chocolate
It's
X-Lax.
just wrong in so many ways.
Wow.
It really is. And they used to have the annoying coworker that would steal your lunch out of the refrigerator. I heard of
Yes.
people doing stuff similar to that. Yeah, not good. Not good.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go with some of those pot brownies.
See, then no wonder they were stealing them.
Yeah, maybe that's what they were stealing until they got the
Or
X-Lax.
they were hoping that's what they were. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're glad Sam is joining us from Odessa. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
Home of Permian High School.
There we go.
Friday Night Lights.
Yep.
Not far from Big Spring, former home of Webb Air Force Base.
Yeah, that's not there anymore, right?
It's not. No,
That's a bummer.
I digress. All right,
That's a bummer.
Joe Pag's going to join us at 8:40 with a preview of his afternoon show. He's got another big guest today, and we will pick a winner. Somebody's going to win a family 4-pack of Spurs tickets, compliments of Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604 Charity with all the big stories at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time 8:26. Yeah, Gilbert,
got it,
you're
brother.
correct, because the guy got back with us and he said it's pain in the ass, PIA. So, Gilbert, you had it.
Yeah. And I'm getting a bunch of people telling us what it is now.
Yeah, Charity just got it. Yeah, okay.
All right, so we're going to go back to John, Gary, and April. I like those.
Okay. Welcome into the live feed. I see 28 of you. If we see you in the chat, we say hello. Gilbert, Mag 7189, Echo, Jacob, Sleepy, Eric, Tim. Tim has left us. Tim joins us from the Philippines almost every day, which is very, very cool. We appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know why none of us at the time got PIA and knew what that was, but it took a while, but we got it. Houston Astros. National League West champions. Thank you very much. Yeah. We're stupid. What can we tell you? We are products of the Northside Independent School District. We weren't much for book learning, but man, we had a great smoking area. Oh. Although John Jay has an excellent football team. Holmes High School, not so much. But we were great in 1985 with the Cash Brothers. Woo! I'm like a Cowboys fan. Yeah, we were great in the 80s. All right. Okay. That'll work. All right, we'll give them charity. I'm going to get an iced tea refill.
.32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Tropical Storm Helene is set to rapidly intensify into a Category 3 hurricane, and trial continues regarding the starvation death of a little boy. We'll have more ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Wednesday: partly cloudy, a stray shower or storm possible, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 60s. Right now, 73 degrees. While campaigning in the swing state of Georgia, former President Trump discussed the tax plans he will implement if he wins back the White House, as well as putting a focus on American manufacturing. Trump put forward his plan to put a tariff on Mexican car exports to the U.S.
We will put a 100% tariff on every single car coming across the Mexican border and tell them the only way they'll get rid of that tariff is if they want to build a plant right here in the United States with you people operating that plant.
Trump's economic pitch includes tax cuts for companies that manufacture in the U.S., as well as revitalize fracking and natural gas industries. Meantime, Trump's campaign says he has been briefed on alleged assassination threats from Iran. Here's Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
In a statement, the Trump campaign confirmed that former President Trump was briefed by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, quote, regarding real and specific threats from Iran to assassinate him in an effort to destabilize and sow chaos in the United States. It goes on to say that intel officials said the threats have heightened in the past few months. In a social media post, the former president said Iran had made, quote, big threats on his life and thanked Congress for the bipartisan approval of more money for his Secret Service protection. Iran has previously denied U.S. claims of interfering in American affairs. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
VP Kamala Harris is reportedly planning a trip to the southern border as border security proves to be a key issue. Speaking to Fox News, Texas Republican Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick criticized the Biden administration's record on illegal immigration.
If their goal was to have terrorists and criminals and just millions of people coming into our country illegally and giving them a pass and not knowing where they're going or who they are or what crimes they're committing, then they've been very effective.
And this comes as a Reuters Ipsos poll finds 46% of surveyed voters prefer Trump on immigration, opposed to the 36% who prefer Harris. Tropical storm Helene is rapidly approaching the Gulf of Florida, and the surrounding areas are under a hurricane watch. Fox Weather's Steve Bender has the latest predictions on the evolution of the storm.
A monster storm, one that is rapidly intensifying. You're going to hear that phrase because of the strength that's going to undergo. So Tropical Storm Helene right now going towards the Yucatan. It's going to hit the channel between the Yucatan Peninsula and western Cuba, and then it's going to curve back around, hit the eastern Gulf. By Thursday evening, expected landfall in the Big Bend region, 115 miles per hour. That means a Category 3 hurricane. That's a major hurricane. A big component of this is not only the intensity, but how large Helene is expected to become, over 400 miles wide.
And the larger storm system is, the more energy it pulls from the Gulf, which could raise the sea level roughly 15 feet and cause major flooding in coastal areas. A trial is underway for a San Antonio father accused of starving his 4-year-old son to death in 2021.
Opening arguments began in Bexar County Court for Brendan Civetta, who could spend the rest of his life in prison if convicted. The boy's stepmother, Miranda Caceres, got 25 years in prison for the same charges in April. 4-year-old Benji was found only wearing a diaper and severely malnourished. Detectives found locks on the refrigerator, pantry, cabinets, and even on Benji's door of the family's apartment. Photos and videos were found of the boy begging for bread and water and shaking uncontrollably. He was even forced to drink hand sanitizer. Signs of abuse were evident on the boy, even though Civetta claimed they were self-inflicted. The trial continues today. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The U.S. Postal Service is restarting its free at-home COVID tests offered by the end of the month. The program will allow U.S. households to order up to 4 COVID at-home nasal swab kits. And we right now don't have an exact date for ordering to begin. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
No, it was not you.
Okay, who's singing this?
Nick Gilder.
Nick Gilder.
Hot Child in the City.
Hot Child in the City. It's a one-hit wonder. It's National One-Hit Wonder Day. And every day is Joe Pags Day. Joe has another big guest on his show this afternoon. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Chris. Yeah, it's Corey Lewandowski. It's a name that you know. It's a name that you've heard for many years now, connected to former President Donald Trump. He's a senior advisor on the Trump campaign. We're going to talk about the polls. How closely does a campaign look at the polls? Many say Kamala Harris is up. Many others say Donald Trump is up. Let's see what he says about that. Plus, Trump says he won't debate again. I'm going to ask Corey about that. Why isn't he going to do that? What's the strategy involved there? And Harris's ever-changing policy stances. That, plus Nancy Mace, U.S. Representative of the great state of South Carolina, and more on the Joe Pags Show. 5 o'clock, News Radio 1200 WOAI. See you then.
See you then, Joe. He buried the lead. Nancy Mace.
I
is
know.
A rising star in the Republican Party. I'm a big Nancy Mace fan.
Yeah, big time.
All right, that's a big Joe Pags show. You don't want to miss that. It's been a big show today. By the way, Charity, we just had a salesperson come in and
Visit
apologize to us in case she was the one in the conference room.
And we had to explain to
we
her.
had to say, no, it wasn't you.
Yeah, it wasn't you. It was some other guy.
It was a dude.
Yeah, we don't know who he is, but he was in there.
You're already making your coworkers self-conscious.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think maybe we're annoying them.
We are the annoying coworkers today. Going on the radio, airing our dirty laundry about coworkers. So we narrowed it down to 3. By the way,
yeah, it's
we're going
been
to pick
hard.
a winner now. The winner will win a family 4-pack of tickets to a Spurs preseason game to see Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs, because today is Wembanyama Wednesday, and these tickets are courtesy of Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. The question was, do you have annoying coworkers? How do they annoy you? And what do you do to deal with them?
Yeah, this was very, very tough to do. So we're going to go back to some from the first round. Here is Nick.
Guys, hey, it's Nick. Sitting here thinking about how to deal with an annoying coworker. And I realized I don't really have too many annoying coworkers. Then I thought, hey, if you don't have any annoying coworkers, you're probably the annoying coworker. Anyway, have a great day.
That's something to think about.
That is something to think about.
Very good.
All right, now here's John.
Good morning, WOAI. How y'all doing this morning? This is John from New Braunfels. Hey, I think an annoying employee is one who is negative. I just stay away from them. It's the best I can do because You can have a bad day just because somebody else's negativity. You guys bring a bright day to me. So thank you. Have a wonderful week. and
Amen,
weekend.
John.
Thank you, John.
I'm with you, brother.
Yeah.
Yep.
Big time.
All right, hang on. We got one more to get to. Here it is.
Good morning. This is April in New Braunfels. When I have a coworker that is just too much to handle, I walk away and remind myself that I would not look good in a prison jumpsuit. Have a great day.
That is just a tremendous punchline. I would not look good in a prison
There were
jumpsuit.
so many that we could have put in the finalists. I was having a
Yeah.
hard time narrowing it down, and Chris and I were talking about it during the break, and it was tough.
Yeah, it was tough. Storyteller didn't make the final three.
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Okay, so we're down to Nick, John, and April from New Braunfels. Charity, as tradition would suggest, you're going first. Nick, John, or April from New Braunfels?
You know, negativity is the absolute worst. I got to back up John from New Braunfels on that.
John from New Braunfels gets Charity's vote. Mr. T?
I like April's.
You like April from
Yes.
New Braunfels?
Yes.
Just to be an annoying coworker.
Perfect.
I'm going to go with Nick.
Okay.
That way we have a three-way tie. So Mr. Andrew Zimmel, our coworker Andrew Zimmel, who only annoys me when he puts his baseball cap on backwards.
Yes.
You got to break the tie. Nick, John, or April from New Braunfels?
Okay.
John's our winner. Congratulations,
John.
John. John, you win a family 4-pack of Spurs tickets to see the Spurs, courtesy of Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604.
All right, we all learned some valuable lessons today when it comes to coworker behavior and how not to be annoying.
Yeah, because nobody looks really good in a prison jumpsuit.
True.
Just saying.
But I did like, and I forget who suggested this, act like them for 1 week.
That was Gary.
Gary, act like them at them for 1 week.
I don't know if I could do that.
No, I
though.
couldn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because certain people just get away with certain things, and you know the same rules don't apply to everybody. You
I
know?
know.
So
It's true.
It's always good to take the high road.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wah, wah.
I'm tired of the high road, though.
Wah, wah, wah.
It's annoying to be on the high road
I
all
know.
the time.
We're going to take the low road someday.
Yeah.
We're going to go low. They go high. We go low.
That's right.
I'm just saying. Coming up, we will get you caught up on headlines, traffic, and weather. And maybe we should cackle about the Houston Astros just a little bit, congratulating them for winning the AL West. That and more coming up. WOAI News Time 846.
And we're back.
That was a tough choice.
That was tough.
Why it was a three-way tie.
Yeah. I wanted to make Andrew work today.
Yes.
Oh, Calvin's not even answering his back. What the hell?
Yeah, Calvin's big timing us.
Really?
He saw what kind of a student you were back at John Jay.
Oh, God, yes, he did.
This guy just walked in and waved at me. I don't know if he was the guy, the sales
I think
guy.
it looked like him.
That
didn't
looked
it?
like
Yeah.
him. It could have been. I think this guy was a little more wiry, but
Yeah.
I'm not positive.
But
I didn't get a good look. I didn't look
I
for
didn't
long.
either. I didn't stare at him.
Yeah. Be funny if he was listening.
Well, at least we know she listens.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean, that's
One of the
that's
few.
unheard of because you would think if they would all be in here. Oh, look, there he is. Calvin Buckles checking in.
There's Calvin.
All right.
Calvin, we thought you were big timing us.
Yeah.
Thought you were just not going to sink so low to speak to a Holmes High School graduate with the dog-ass football team we have that was humiliated and annihilated by John Jay. Rightfully so. I should have known better. Maybe we'll double up on the upcoming Jay Holmes basketball games.
No, see that I don't know anything.
Not nearly
about,
as
though.
fun. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, do we know who is Houston's likely opponent?
No, because it's
it's in flux.
Yeah, because it all goes by record. I know that they're not going to get a bye, So we
Right.
know they're going to be playing a wild card team in the first round. Now it could be, there's 3 teams I think that are possible. Nina. She was kind of hot.
Who's that?
Nina from 99 Luft Balloons.
Oh, wow. I thought it was Nana,
I've heard about
but I
that.
don't know. Likely Tigers at Astros.
Ooh.
The 6 seed Tigers likely.
Man.
Okay.
That's not good. That is not good.
Wild card would be Tigers, 6 Tigers at 3 Astros, 5 Royals at 4 Orioles.
Today.
As of right now.
Yeah.
If the Astros win, they would take on the Guardians in the ALDS, and if they win that one, they'd face the Yankees in the American League Championship Series,
Man, a
assuming the
rematch with the
Yankees,
Yankees, man.
would beat the Royals or the Orioles.
I don't know. Yankees kind of have an Astros problem at times with the pitching.
That's why one series at a time. I'd like
That's
the
why,
Astros to just win a
Now, the
series.
good news is that first series, if it does go 3 games, all 3 games are in Houston.
That's
So
big.
that's
Yeah.
good news.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they got a better record at Minute Maid Park. So
Yeah.
April Ansira on Fox 29.
You know what? I should think Ansira.
Think Ansira.
I should think Ansira.
Think Ansira. My vehicle is an
Is it?
Ansira
That's
Kia.
right.
It's been running fine since 2013. Please don't fail me anytime soon.
My wife
When
she
a
had-
new car costs $50,000.
I know. And when my wife had the bug, that's where she got the bug, was at
Yeah.
Ansira.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Matter of fact, when she traded it in for her,
Oh, this is live. Zelensky
yeah.
speaking live.
When she traded it in for her RAV4, they were surprised at how many miles she got on that bug.
Wow.
Because normally they didn't last that long. There were some design flaws.
Yeah.
You had to get the oil changed at the dealership because when they took the drain plug out to drain the oil, you had to put a new one in.
Okay.
There was a bad design flaw. So anybody else doing it would have to go to the dealership to get that plug.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was a pain. Yeah, that was unfortunate. It was a good little car. It ran great. Stand by.
Okay. As we speak, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is addressing the United Nations. We will bring you more on that coming up. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, Helene is barreling towards Florida with landfall expected tomorrow night. Testimony continues today in the trial of a man accused in the starvation death of his 4-year-old son. And another round of layoffs has been announced at USAA. We'll have more coming up right now, traffic and weather.
Sunshine, few afternoon clouds, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the mid 90s. Tomorrow and Friday, sunshine both days, highs in the low 90s both days. It is 73 degrees in Von Ormy, Texas, 74 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time 8:52.
Thanks for bringing me down.
Goodbye, Chris.
Terry Jacks. It's National One Hit Wonder Day.
Man, this is a buzzkill.
Yeah, whenever I
Big
hear
time.
this or Wildfire by Michael Martin Murphy come on, hey, thanks. I was having a good day.
Yeah.
And now you're bringing me down.
I actually saw Michael Martin Murphy with the San Antonio Symphony, and it was a damn good show.
Nice. I had his 8-track, the 8-track that had Wildfire back in Got it from the Columbia Record and Tape Club for 1 cent. Never paid them back. The people on YouTube know this. I am wearing my Houston Astros World Series championship cap that was gifted to me by Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm wearing my Houston Astros Hate Us t-shirt because the haters hate the Houston Astros. I have brought my Jose Altuve Astros jersey. I brought my Houston Astros baseball bat and my Houston Astros baseball.
So I have a quick question.
Yes.
Astros fan?
I'm an Astros fan. But
Fanboy?
Mr. T, why did I bring these items today?
Because the Houston Astros just won the American League West.
Yes!
And a lot of people didn't think it was going to happen.
Well, the way they started, no.
Yeah, back in June, they were like 10 games behind the first place Mariners. I thought there for a second, Astros baseball, their golden era was slipping away, but not so much.
And fittingly, Cherry, they just beat the Seattle Mariners to win the AL West. So, yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
Now, this could still be in flux, but next week, I think on Tuesday, the wild card round will begin. At the moment, the Astros would host the Detroit Tigers in the wild card round. If they won that one, this is according to ESPN, their next opponent would be the Cleveland Guardians, the number 2 seed in the American League. And if they win that one, the ALDS, they would go to the American League Championship Series, probably against the evil New York Yankees.
So it's best of 3, right?
In the wild card, yes.
Okay.
All games in Houston.
All games in Houston, yes.
Woo!
Looking good.
Yeah,
but they got to
that's-
get Yordan Alvarez healthy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who's your daddy? Yordan Alvarez. Who's your
Yeah.
daddy?
Now, the big concern would be Verlander because he had some problems pitching in the postseason. And if they can get him on the right track, that could help them. But I think the pitching's going to hurt him in the long run.
Pitching's going to be tough, but one game at a time.
I know.
And playoff experience.
And wake up them bats, man.
Yes, Jose Altuve, we need you. Alex Bregman, we need you.
Everybody wake up and hit the ball.
Let's kick in with that playoff experience and get lucky and go deep and go back to the World Series. All right. We have, and we're going to keep an eye, by the way, as we've talked to
Always,
experts
yes.
today, Tropical Storm Helene. Next time the National Weather Service takes a look at it, it will probably be Hurricane Helene later today. Keep it right here on 1200 WOAR for the latest on Hurricane Helene targeting Florida, and Tallahassee looks like it could be in for a rough ride. We have Glenn Beck coming up. Before that, Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know. We will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early at 5 a.m. Right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute, WOAI News Time, 8:56.
Everybody have a great day. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, same bat channel.
Go Stros.